Okay, there we go there. Yep. Now for the
Video games helped me survive through the hardest times. Gaming kept me alive through the darkest nights. Gaming let me live a little life in my mind that I could quit if I didn't like it, but wouldn't have known it if I didn't try to give it. There's a different type of literature, cinema, the vision of a different time. My daily life changed since I gamified it, made it mine. It wouldn't be the same if I stayed inside my alien mind. I've been failing life, unable to find a way to hide it. This pain inside, it's great to get to taking pride in it. My brain is trying, playing mind games, so I'm playing mind games to stabilize and save my life. Games let me keep score, but otherwise I want to be able to summarize the basic reason why I'm even here for. See a door and open it, see a portal, go for it. See although you're motionless, you know to click and open up that coconut. We speak for those that haven't spoken up, there's loads of us. We were asleep but now we've woken up. Games help me survive through the hardest times. Gaming kept me alive through the darkest nights. Although on the surface it seemed I was sitting isolated, my purpose really was to socialize outside my cage. You see, this virtual world was the environment I'd find my mates in, and be part of something larger than the size of my location. I came to judge others on character traits and not the nation. Learn teamwork, communication and cooperation. I played Civilization with other civilizations, traded shots, gifts and information. Give and take. My Game Boy's old and grey, but it's the same Game Boy that I hold today. How could I have sold it, faced the pain of seeing it thrown away? So now it sits by my Switch, another generation. Gaming gave me a rich extracurricular education. I went to places at ages school never bothered teaching. The USSR to Egypt and even more farther reaching. I've been part of the crowd in revolutionary France, fleetingly felt what it felt to give a bright future a chance. I empathize with other points of view, living in a bubble while else was a country what to do. In fact, I took my surroundings for granted till my eyes fell upon an oblivious sunset. Nearly cried, waiting for the dawn to come. Morning sun, feel it rise. Now I appreciate experiencing the real skies. I come outside, summer rain splashes on the paving, and I'm like, these graphics are amazing. How many polygons are in a single drop of liquid? The figures reach the top, we've got to risk it. We've got to paint on the wall of the cave. Unless we want to keep replaying the oldest to save. You're not just holding the fort, mate, you're holding your fate. That's why I'll take my control to the grave. So until the day my face is like my Game Boy old and grey, I will remember that I'm never too old to play. Games helped us survive through the hardest times. Gaming kept the Game Boy old and grey. I will remember that I'm never too old to play.
Okay, there we go.
Asleep but now we've woken up. Games helped us survive through the hardest times. Gaming kept us alive through the darkest nights. We speak for those who haven't spoken of. There's loads of us. We were asleep but now we've woken up. Games helped us survive through the hardest times. Gaming kept us alive through the darkest nights. Games helped us survive through the hardest times. Gaming kept us alive through the darkest nights. Games helped us survive through the hardest times. Gaming kept us alive through the darkest nights. Blippity blip blue.
Boom.
A blippity blip blue.
Go. That's it. I got my wolf. Okay, we listen to that. I'm gonna close that. Open. So as you can see, there's been a lot of stuff about Snow White and this news channel. Let's listen to this one, 'cause what we're gonna talk about today. Snow White stuff, drama and stuff.
More concerned about Disney's new Snow White remake, mostly because of what the lead actress has been saying to the press. Rachel Zegler has been described as a walking PR disaster for Disney's.
We've seen that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can. Cartoon. I think I watched it once, and then I never picked it up again. Like, I'm being so serious. I watched it once, and then I went on the ride in Disney World, which was called Snow White Scary.
In the glamorous world of Hollywood, where dreams come true on the big screen, a fascinating drama is unfolding. It's the kind of story that has fans and industry insiders alike completely hooked. Rachel Zegler, the rising star known for wowing audiences with her talent, now finds herself in an astonishing twist of fate. The bombshell dropped when Brett Cooper was announced as the new Snow White, a role that was initially connected to Zegler. This unexpected turn of events has set Tinseltown abuzz with chatter. Brace yourselves for a magical surprise. Brett Cooper will be the fresh face of Snow White in the live-action movie Snow White by the Daily Wire. Yes, you heard it right. It looks like Zegler will face some fierce competition, and she's not taking it lightly. She was visibly upset, and the things she said will leave you in awe. To get all the juicy details, make sure to stick around until the end of this video. You won't believe what you're about to hear.
I feel very, very blessed to be playing Snow White so much.
The Daily Wire, a conservative media company, is whipping up its own real-life version of the classic Brothers Grimm tale, Snow White. And they're adding a spicy twist to it, calling it Snow White and the Evil Queen. They're going all in on the traditional Snow White story that we all know and love. What's truly spicing up the story is the ongoing clash between the Daily Wire and Rachel Zegler, which has been simmering for quite some time. The best part? This enchanting movie is slated to hit screens in 2024, and it gets even more exciting. It's the inaugural major film on their kids' entertainment platform, Bentkey. Now here's the most exciting part. The star of the film is none other than Brett Cooper, a well-known conservative YouTuber who hosts a show on the Daily Wire called The Comment Section. They're giving fairy tales a fresh twist, and the Daily Wire recently offered us a sneak peek of their upcoming movie. The teaser starts with a beautiful melody sung by Cooper herself, accompanied by music composed by Jeremy Boring. In a tweet, the Daily Wire introduced Bentkey's first live-action feature film, Snow White and the Evil Queen, starring none other than Brett Cooper. As the camera gracefully glides through a mysterious forest, it reveals the enchanting transformation of Brett Cooper into Snow White. It's a tantalizing glimpse into what promises to be an extraordinary cinematic adventure that's bound to keep everyone talking. In a special announcement to their dedicated team, Jeremy Boring, the visionary behind the Daily Wire, unveiled their unique take on a timeless story. He described it as a tale of a princess and a prince, delving into themes of beauty, vanity, and the profound power of love to lift us from darkness to life. It's their own adaptation of an age-old fairy tale. Brett Cooper, in her own statement, expressed her excitement about bringing this iconic story to life for the next generation. She mentioned being raised on the original Grimm's fairy tales, making this project particularly meaningful to her. Cooper continued by highlighting Snow White as a character of beauty, emphasizing the honor she feels in portraying her. She also stressed that, like the best fairy tales, this story holds timeless values such as love, friendship, and kindness, and she can't wait to share them.
We are talking yet again about another Disney remake because that is a huge topic of conversation online because they...
Rachel Zegler, the talented Latina star renowned for her role in West Side Story, has added a bit of spice to the story. Past comments from last year have resurfaced, revealing her reservations about the original Snow White movie. Brett Cooper's recent statement directly contradicts Zegler's views, suggesting that Disney's approach might be misguided.
It is.
Zegler's bold stance on the beloved classic has set the internet abuzz, sparking fervent debates and discussions that show no sign of cooling down. She expressed her concerns by stating, "I mean that it's just no longer 1937. Zegler elaborated
Well, no
further,
shit.
explaining that their Snow White would not be a damsel in distress, waiting to be saved
that's
by a
her name,
prince
character.
or dreaming about true love.
But that's my-
Instead, she'd be dreaming of becoming a leader, as her late father encouraged her to be, by being fearless,
nothing wrong
fair,
with that.
brave, and true." In a surprising turn of events, Zegler admitted, "I think I watched it once and never picked it up again. I'm being so serious." Which contrasts starkly with Brett Cooper's outlook on the character.
Cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again. Like, I'm being so serious. I watched it once and then I went on the ride in Disney World, which was called Snow White Scary.
Another interview snippet from the D23 Expo has caught the attention
As you can see, all this drama and shit up on this whole thing. I decided I was going to do this, not because of my opinion, because I want to get on views. So I decided to. Yeah, that's all. I mean, you got that, you got this one, you got this one here. I mean, as you can see, I'm just bringing this because I can't. I mean, why not? And well, this one is the one I'm actually. It's actually different.
That tank at the box office, they are more than welcome to do that, but maybe think of an original idea.
Did Gal Gadot just fire shots at Rachel Zegler? With the Snow White boycott getting out of control, things are getting heated. So what exactly did Gal say that's got everyone buzzing? And why is Rachel at the center of all this drama? Gal Gadot slams Rachel Zegler. Yep, the drama behind the scenes has only gotten messier. Rumor has it Rachel and Gal are at each other's throats, and it's getting hard to ignore. Think of it as a Don't Worry Darling 2.0, only this time it's set in the Enchanted Forest. According to an exclusive from the Daily Mail, the headline reads, "Inside the Snow White cast drama as Rachel Zegler locks horns with Gal Gadot. Who will be crowned the fairest of them all?" Forget about poisoned apples. This feud might be the real twist we didn't see coming. And guess what? This isn't just a one-off argument. Rachel seems to have a knack for stirring up drama, even with her co-workers. So what's the tea? It all kicked off when Rachel brought up the Gaza conflict during the movie's promotional tour. Here's how it went down. Disney dropped the first teaser trailer for Snow White back in...
See, I think they were trying to improve the publicity of this whole thing, but it backfired because most people don't even want to bother to see this movie now, and it really is due to the woke culture that's going on right now, and instead of promoting, it's basically making people want to. Nope, I ain't gonna watch. No, no. It's driving people away. I mean, the reason people go to movies is to get away from reality. So if you're making it political, woke, and all this stuff, it defeats the purpose because that's what we're trying to get away from when we go to these. So by doing so, you're actually driving more people away because they don't want to see this shit. They want immersed in the movie, the game, whatnot. And when you start bringing all this stuff that has nothing to do with it into it, just ruin it. It's unauthentic. It really just makes people go, nah, man, I ain't gonna watch that. Nah. I mean, it was like the Ghostbusters movie. It wasn't the fact that there were women. It was the fact that the humor was stupid. I don't know if it was good or not. I didn't go see it because I didn't care for the commercials. Honestly, I seen the commercials. I was like, at first I was like, oh, it's a all female cast. I was like, okay, let me see these commercials. Oh, it just looks horrible. That was a joke? What kind of joke was that? It wasn't even funny. Nah, I'm not gonna go see this movie. It doesn't even look funny. That's what I did. I was like, oh, I haven't even seen that movie. Honestly, I like Ghostbusters. I've seen all the Ghostbusters except that one. Even the cartoons, I've seen them. But yeah, it's just one of those. It's like me personally, I'm not gonna go see it. I didn't see anything funny in the commercials. In fact, I thought it was not that good. I mean, yeah, sure, you're gonna go all women. Fine, that's fine. Nobody's gonna argue with that. That's not a problem. In fact, people were looking forward to it with the women. It was just, man, jokes are horrible. And that was just the commercials. So if the commercials were horrible, I'm not going to go see a movie that's bad. So I've been putting out posts on my Twitch or my X. Here's my X. I get this reply right here, right? It I read it, nothing bad, and he might be right. Or she. It says granny there. Yeah, it says granny. But we're online, so you can't really say yay or nay for it. But coming after somebody that's just posting stuff, I could care less. There's a whole bunch of stuff about it out there. I've been reposting a lot of stuff about it. This person decided to tag me in it, which I'm not used to. I normally don't get tagged in it unless I already know the people. So I found it funny. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna capitalize on this. I'm gonna." I see this right here. Oh wait, no, hold on. Let's see this one. There we go. Over. Okay, right here. There's one repost. That's from me. I reposted it. I was like, okay, you don't like it, but here we go. The mentions right there. I was like, okay, I'm gonna repost this because one, it's not bad, and they're like so and whatnot, and I'm like, cares, but you didn't do it really disrespectful, so I reposted it. I find it funny. This person actually replied to me reposting stuff online. It's like, okay, yeah, come on now. I mean, like right here, I'm a gamer. I I really don't do this kind of stuff, but today I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna see what I can do, and that's why I'm on. I'm like, you know, I've been thinking about doing this for a minute now because I like stories. So when a game has a really bad story to it, I lose interest in the game. And a, I grew up playing Final Fantasy, stuff like that. So I like stories. I remember switching to 3 different CDs for the Final Fantasy stories and stuff. Oh, I love playing those games. They had an immersive storyline. But nowadays, the games are mostly PvP. I'm not into MMOs. Yeah, I can get into them somewhat if I'm playing with my friends and stuff. It makes it more fun. But I'm on here and I'm like, repost this stuff. Let me do this. Let me do that. And I get that reply, and I'm like, you know what? I'm doing it. I'm going. I'm gonna repost it. So I did. These are all the notifications, mentions, posts. Go to the homepage. As you can see, the last one I posted here for those who want to talk. Yes. I don't care. Anyway, as you can see, a bunch of bull crap that shows up. Let me on it. Boom. Okay, so now we got Elon Musk here. Which is cool. We're gonna go back into. But as you can, oh, I got a follow. Look at that. Okay, mentions. Still, it's just the one guy. That's how low on the totem pole I am. All right. So yeah. So anyway, we're gonna go back into this one.
In August, and while it racked up over 120 million views in 24 hours, the reception was, let's just say, mixed. Some fans were less than thrilled with the casting, pointing out that neither Rachel nor Gal resembled the original characters. Still, the buzz was undeniable. Rachel hopped on X to thank her fans for standing by her despite the criticism, but then she dropped a bombshell in a follow-up tweet writing, "Always remember Free Palestine." Well, let's just say things escalated quickly. The tweet went viral, but for all the wrong reasons. Rachel faced backlash from Jewish fans, some of whom even called for a boycott of the film. No matter where you stand on the issue, one thing's for sure. This was definitely not the best way to promote a blockbuster film. Free speech? Sure. But maybe saving the political commentary for after the press tour would have been wiser. After all, the entire cast and crew rely on the movie's success, and if the box office numbers tank, they're all in trouble. Something that seems more likely by the day. And Disney, yeah, they're not thrilled with her. Rachel Zegler's decision to bring up such a sensitive topic during the Snow White promo seems to have been a risky move, especially given her co-star Gal Gadot's.
And this is why I'm doing this. It's like, okay, for one, I'm not going to even talk about that. I'm not going to talk politics or crap, because that's what it is, crap. All you got to do is look at stuff and be like, not worth it. And that's pretty much where I'm at with that. Talking about, like, if you're in my thing, you roll down and you the link to get into my Discord. Okay, so if you wanted to get on my Discord and talk to me, there's also the chat. It should ding. Okay, hear that ding? That lets me know if someone talked in chat. Hear it. No. Wait, I think I have that. Nope. I thought I had a chat thing. As you can see, I got my avatar like right up front, and that's cool and all, but I do. But like, I can go into talk, and it would look like this, but I'm not gonna stay in talk. We're not. Oh, that was that one. Yeah, a couple of those. Okay, yeah. Not gonna bother with that. We're gonna stick with what we got going right now. And I mean, personally, my opinion is pretty much I don't care what you do. Don't include me. If you want to complain about stuff, go right ahead. I'm not gonna argue. Uh, I will complain about things I disagree with. Like, for one, I do believe Hollywood is screwing themselves over with all this woke stuff. That's my opinion. other opinions I have with it, but I'm not gonna go all that. We're gonna continue.
Strong personal ties to Israel. Godot's background as an Israeli citizen and her previous military service in the Israeli army add to her emotional investment in the conflict. Godot has been vocal about her support for Israel, particularly during key moments of conflict like the 2014 Gaza war and the more recent October 2023 attacks by Hamas, where she condemned violence and advocated for peace. Rachel's Free Palestine tweet, which came right after thanking fans for their support of Snow White, was seen by many as more than just political commentary. It felt like a direct jab at Godot, especially given their contrasting views. While Rachel has no personal ties to the conflict, her choice to voice her stance during the promo tour for a Disney movie created a lot of controversy and backlash. Gal Gadot's response to all of this has been subtle but clear. Her Instagram story, featuring a Martin Luther King Jr. quote about love and light driving out darkness, promoted peace and positivity, a huge contrast to the more charged narrative that Rachel introduced with her Free Palestine comment. Obviously, it was clear Godot was keeping things diplomatic, but the undertones were clear. But hold on, Godot then decided to take a direct jab at Rachel on Twitter. So she retweeted a tweet calling out someone for campaigning on the head of your co-star who actually lives through war. Yeah, that was a direct jab at Rachel's perceived insensitivity. This wasn't a veiled message. Godot was making it known that she was unimpressed with Rachel's tactics, accusing her of leveraging a deeply personal conflict for clout. Amidst these tensions, it wasn't a surprise at Disney's D23 event.
Yeah. So this is what's going on, and this is why I like posting stuff and getting some reactions. Why is my camera not working? Oh, got my ugly mug up there. Damn it! As you can see, I'm laying in bed. I I am literally oh. I hit okay. Why isn't it calibrating? Come on. As you can see, my avatar just stopped working. Goes off the avatar. That was that's the avatar. Now I don't know why it stopped. It stopped. Boom. Okay. Enough. Nah, just it's been acting kind of wonky. My equipment's so yeah. So bring it over. Uh, yeah, like I said, as you can see, I'm not playing music stuff other than what's in the videos. I don't know if I'll get in trouble. I really don't. Really don't care. What I want to talk about, so that's why it's up. Whether or not I get in trouble, I'll find out afterward. Um. So yeah, got my avatar working. You know, it's how it's wonky. I mean, most of my stuff is I gotta buy new updated stuff, and I don't have the money for it. Not at all. Not with the. Gotta watch what I. All because of the high taxes that were implemented. Old. Already. That's what I was. Slap Biden. Yeah.
where both stars were expected to promote the film together, the tension seemed palpable. Social media exploded with reactions to photos of the two on stage. While Godot appeared warm and enthusiastic, even putting an arm around Rachel, Zegler's discomfort was almost tangible. Her expression and body language made it seem like she was just enduring the moment rather than enjoying it. As the feud continues to unfold, fans are left wondering how Disney plans to navigate this drama leading up to the film's release. With public appearances now filled with awkwardness and the behind-the-scenes drama overshadowing the actual movie, it seems Snow White is on the verge of becoming more infamous than anticipated. Whether the film's release will be salvaged remains to be seen, but for now, the project feels like it's heading toward a PR disaster.
It already in the PR disaster. Good. Don't get me wrong. It hit a PR disaster long ago. And well, let's pull this up. Check this one out.
Snow White 2025 is an absolute train wreck, and it's getting worse. The beef between Godot and Zegler is next level. Apparently, Gal's fed up with Rachel's over-the-top political rants on social media. Gal called her out, told her to stop, but Rachel, being Rachel, refused to take anything down. Here's where it gets wild. Gal, who's tight with the director, Mark Webb, got one of Rachel's best scenes cut for the movie. That's right, Rachel's scene where Snow White leads a battle got axed because Gal wasn't feeling it. And honestly, good for her. The scene was reportedly awful, and Rachel made the shoot a nightmare, dragging it out with take after take. And now, Rachel's furious. She's beefing with Disney execs, and things are at an all-time low. Gal's even refusing to do any press with Rachel, so yeah, don't expect to see them faking smiles on a press tour anymore. Disney's freaking out because this movie's been hit with bad press from the start. Fans of the original hate the woke updates, and the general public isn't buying it either. If they rush these reshoots, this thing's going to be a mess again, and audiences will smell it a mile away. At this point, the question isn't whether Snow White will flop, it's just how big the flop's going to be. Stay tuned, because it's only getting worse from here. Snow White 2025 is an absolute...
Okay. I have to agree, so that's getting posted. I have no idea. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking awesome. Fresh on this. If I got any more comments? Nope. So yeah, that's all I'm doing is like posting. I'm trying to. And like I said, as you can see, yeah, fresh on the page as well. There we go. Honestly, she would be a better Snow White than the current one. Ooh, what? I'm gonna open this.
I'm always grateful, and I have to pinch myself for the love and the appreciation and the respect that we get from our incredible audience.
She would go like, I should have just ate that apple, bitch. And it's so crazy that the princess, of course, the princess is pro-Palestinian, and the evil queen is a Zionist. Of course, this is the perfect. It makes sense, so much sense.
Drama between actors on set is not new in Hollywood, however. It looks like Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot might have reached new heights on the Snow White set, as the two seem to be extremely against each other. The two have even hinted at their distaste for each other online, as shocking tweets from the two of them are finally revealing their true feelings. As the highly anticipated live-action remake of Disney's Snow White inches closer to its release, the rumored discord between Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot is generating as much buzz as the film itself. It seems that the two actresses who play the iconic roles of Snow White and the Evil Queen, respectively, are not just opposites in their on-screen persona.
Okay, yeah. So this, as y'all can see, freaking awesome. Anyway, oh, what's that one too?
I'm always grateful, and I have to pinch myself for the love and the appreciation and the respect that we get from our incredible audience.
She looking like I should have just ate that apple, bitch. And it's so crazy that the princess, of course, the princess is pro-Palestinian.
Yeah. Got it. And this is the one that I really want to see. Shorts. Oh, let's.
I'm convinced that Disney wants the Snow White remake to flop. Let me explain why. I feel like the hair, makeup, and costume team, they must hate her. Because there's no way they made this girl look like this. They took this beautiful woman, and they turned her into Lord Farquaad. Like, you have to try to make her look this underwhelming. Yes, Snow White has a black bob, but you can do a black bob in a cute way. I found this picture online. I think it's just an AI version of Rachel Zegler as Snow White, but look at how good it looks. Like, why couldn't her hair look more like this, have some more princessy waves to it? I think they were trying to be a little too literal with matching the cartoon hair, when we could have had something with a little more curls and flowiness to it like this. Why does Vanessa Hudgens look more like Snow White than our Snow White? And also, where's the red bow? They've got the evil queen looking this good, and then they've got their Snow White looking very blah compared to how we know how beautiful she can look.
That's definitely. Yeah. I like that one. Pretty decent for what it is. Let's see. That's Tangle. Huh. I don't know what this one.
Well, I think everybody knows that she's good. I think everybody knows that her basic characteristic is that she's very compassionate and that she cares about people and sort of that she's like ultimately selfless. And so to put that character that we all know really well in a dangerous world and see if she can stay that way and not, obviously not just die, but also not become hardened, really kind of maintain that heart. I think it's really female. I think to play an action movie that's really kind of like in your face and loud and I think it's wrong. I think that's kind of the opposite of girl power. I think that she is like essentially female because she's steady through and through.
You said you were bringing a modern edge to it on stage. What do you mean by that?
I just mean that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Well, I think everybody knows that she's good.
That one didn't ring any bells with me. Just awful. What is this about? Tab.
Last week, Disney dropped the latest Snow White teaser trailer, and unsurprisingly, everybody hates it. With over 850,000 dislikes and only 70,000 likes, along with a comment section filled with absolute scorn on Disney, the teaser trailer has become one of the most hated trailers of all time, and the film has become everything wrong with Disney in 2024. And while the movie has tragically been ruined by Disney, it's almost comical to watch them mess up the movie this badly. I mean, for starters, the original version of Snow White was to include Snow White and her 7 magical Force diversity dwarfs, who aren't even dwarfs themselves. And when actual dwarf actors started complaining that Disney was in fact not actually inclusive and dwarfs were excluded for the role as dwarfs, Disney changed their tactics. Now in the new trailer, they have just replaced all of the actors entirely and made the dwarfs CGI, and the results look as you'd expect, absolutely awful. Even though this movie is supposed to be a live action movie, it almost looks like it's completely CGI now. But the question is, how did Disney make the movie this bad? How did one of the most beloved movies of all time become so despised by everyone? Well, former fans of Disney have had everything thrown at them. All the worst political messaging, virtue signaling, hypocrisy, and celebrity preachiness shoved down their throats 24/7. And while some could ignore it for projects like The Little Mermaid, Snow White was the breaking point for Disney fans. It all began originally with Zegler's casting. You see, what made the casting choice so bad was that Zegler seemed to actively hate the original film, and approved of everything the studio was doing to alter it beyond recognition.
You know, the original cartoon came out in 1937.
See, they keep replaying the same quote over and over again. So it's gotten to a point where I'm bored. That's why when my AI Snow White and hold on, let's now. I mean, I just yeah, whatever. Now, oh, okay. Like this.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. Last week was a very big week, objectively a huge week. We had quite a few announcements. I loved reading all of your comments across all social media platforms about all the announcements. But the first one we rolled out was Bentkey, which is Daily Wire's new company. It's a platform for kids' entertainment. If you are an annual subscriber to Daily Wire, you already have access to Bentkey, so go download it and start watching it if you have kids. Starting this past weekend, we have officially brought back Saturday morning cartoons, which is so much fun. The content, guys, is truly amazing. I make a few cameos in some of the animated shows. There are over 100 episodes of different shows already on the platform. More are being released every single week. And in addition to just announcing Bentkey, we also announced Bentkey's first live-action film, which is Snow White and the Evil Queen. And that's me. I'm Snow White, which is so funny to say. Before we dive into this story, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. You might have already seen.
And then she just left. I mean, okay, yeah, I understand all that and stuff, Bentkey, whatnot, but she just up and left. I mean, come on. Even South Park is crashing Disney right now. And my opinion, yeah, look, scroll through all this stuff. Honestly, see, I see a lot of stuff, and I'm just scrolling through. And honestly, I really want to see the one from. I really, but I am not. But I'm telling you, I'm not sure what happened with this whole thing, but if I had to choose between Snow White and the Queen and the new Snow White from Disney, I'm going for Snow White and the because that's what people want. That really is. It don't want someone doing stuff that is outside the actual story. Well, at least for me. I mean, yeah, you're gonna update it, then update it to a proper way. So, I don't even know why I just live stream. I mean, well, yeah, I do, because this comment that like, yeah, yada yada, blah blah blah, and I was just like, okay, get this rolling on. Nobody coming. I mean, we're looking through. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people want to see the one with Brett in it. Brett Cooper. A lot of people. Oh, that's magnificent. That explains. I mean, and as you can see, there's a ton of them. Huh? Go ahead, open.
Famed is thy beauty, majesty.
The queen is evil. You must flee into the woods.
My parents always said this forest was a magical place.
It's a human.
What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost. You'll be safe from the queen here.
Famed is thy beauty, majesty.
Yeah. Like that one, it was interesting for what it was, but nothing I would. Come on now. But yeah, if you watch these trailers, like this one here, friggin'
Once upon a time,
it really is.
in time a prince would come. Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
And yeah, that's basically the promotion of that channel and everything. And because it's actually good. I mean, other than the fact that she may or may not be actually playing that part now, only thing I don't like about it. Because they put this out and then backed out, I want to say. I mean, then you got this one down here. That one.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is fairest of them all?
It is you, my queen.
Snow White.
Are you ready to discover the price for using magic?
Yet another kingdom falls to your glory. But on this day, one has come of age. Fairer even than you. She is the reason your powers wane.
Who is it?
Snow White.
She is my undoing?
She is also your salvation queen. Take her heart in your hand, and you shall never again weaken or age.
Immortality.
The evil queen. We have to stop her.
Anybody that watches this stuff knows that they should put her as Snow White. Right. What is this? I have no idea. These two guys talking. Then this guy comes up out of nowhere. Got stabbed. Holy shit. I didn't want the sound. What? Got stabbed, dude. What? Oh my god. Chris's story. Wait, where he beat up that one? What the Oh. That makes no sense. But anyway, let's put a notice at more. Huh. See, mentions. It's all crap. Yeah, as you can see, I'm just going through the Snow White, posting them. So yeah, this is what's going on. Oh, I got a viewer for coming in. No one's talking to my chat. I got a viewer. That's cool. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. So as you can see, I decided just. I think I'm gonna play a game. I actually have a game I downloaded, but I haven't tried playing yet. And my biggest issue is one, I don't have money, so trying game is out of the question. So I got to look for free games, and you know how boring those games. Crap. Most of them. Mostly on my phone. Uh. uh yeah. So yeah. As you can see. So yeah, this whole friggin' topic of Snow White. Oh bullshit. It's all I'll just leave. Tab. All right. Okay, so as you can see, other page is what I got all that stuff on. I'm just checking. Uh, here it is. Oh yeah, bottom. Yeah, me trying to get up in chat only ever going to be seen. Oh yeah. Oh, what's this? Nope, nothing good. Fuck. I have mine set to. I mean, yeah. There's no way I would get any view. I see a lot of the guys I follow there on. Huh. Okay. Yeah, there's way too many people in just chatting for it. But so that was a whole thing I wanted to do with this, but debating or not, whether actually up the game. I just that I did what I wanted to talk about this and how the the one I want to see is Snow White and the Evil. Wait, was it?
Wow, D23 just showed how embarrassing the Walt Disney Company has officially become. It began a long time ago, of course. It began with the woke infiltration of this once good company that produced good stories and great cartoons. Today is just an embarrassment of what Walt Disney actually left at the hands of a lot of incompetent people. And one of those seems to be Bob Iger, who cannot just handle this hot. But remember, he resigned as a CEO and then came back again because of Bob Chapek's terrible mismanagement of everything. And now it comes as the Snow White trailer. The teaser trailer was just ratioed across all forms of social media, especially on YouTube. It is terrible. It is just the dislikes and the comments are going furiously bad for Disney, and 2025 seems to be something that they are just praying to get saved from, because live action Snow White is coming in March 2025 with, of course, Rachel Zegler, the infamous woke warrior who is trying to do everything to sabotage this project for Disney, and Disney is supporting it. And of course, now we come to Gal Gadot, the actress formerly known for Wonder Woman. I think that has been completely canned. It has been wiped. She's not going to play that character anymore, thankfully, because the second one was just so terrible that I couldn't bear want to watch another one. Now she has her sights on the evil witch. And there's a lot of fans just poking fun at these two characters because, well, they should have their roles reversed, of course. Many people feel like Gal Gadot should be Snow White, and Rachel Zegler, well, we have a special place reserved for her, and
I agree. Should have had the hot girl as Snow White. That's definitely an agreement. I mean, if you look at Rachel, what's her name, and Gal Gadot, they should have been switched. In fact, the Rachel Ziegler or whatever her name is, she shouldn't have been cast for it at all. I mean, apparently she can sing. I don't know. I haven't heard her sing, but that these people just forget that the stories are done in areas, are written in areas that were a primary different culture and they're throwing it out the window. Like literally throwing entire culture stuff out the window just so they can say, oh, made it more racially diverse. Yeah, but you're literally making it racially diverse when it was in a non-racial era that it was written. You're saying this, that, and the other thing, but that had nothing to do with the story. Nothing. It literally had nothing to do with it. So they destroy a story, try to modernize it. Modernizing it isn't bad. Nobody gonna argue with that. You want to modernize it, bring it up to date. Gotta mesh it into society. That's where they went wrong. Because they took an opinion of a small margin of people and threw that completely out of proportion. And yes, I believe it's a small margin of people. And yeah, it sounds good on the surface, but in reality, it sucks. Because taking a classic story, something that everybody knows about, and what made the company, and you're destroying it, just say, hey, look at this. We're modernizing it. No, you're not modernizing it, you're butchering it. And it really gets on my nerves. Like, butcher something when you try to modernize. If you're, I mean, come on, think about it. 1937. Nobody made cinematic cartoons. In fact, it revolutionized the whole industry, right? And yeah, you want to update it, bring it up. Say you want to make it live action. So people want real people. And then you make the dwarves CGI. Make the animals CGI. What happened to the real people? I mean, you cut out the prince of a love story, make it so that he doesn't need love. So, what's the point of the story if you're getting rid of the whole story right there? Yeah, that the premise is love and beauty. So you got an undeserving woman as Snow White. I mean, she's okay looking, but not Snow White good looking. But and then you got the love story gone, which is the premise of the whole story, is about going out, coming of age, / finding the person you love, and defeating the evil queen. So you took out the love story. The whole thing was messed up. I mean, for one, even back then, you hear the story and you're like, she poisoned her, but she can still live. She's just in a coma until she gets her first love's kiss. Like, even back then, you knew that was not realistic. It was a cartoon too. Not supposed to be realistic. Supposed to be for entertainment. I mean, yeah, you want to bring it live action. It doesn't mean you have to go full blown crazy on it and destroy the whole story because you're putting real people in it. I mean, they could have just animated it all entirely by CGI. If they're just going to do it 90% CGI and 10% being the real people. I mean, people are like, oh, what about Roger Rabbit? Oh, hello. What's up, Big Fish? Yeah, so Hey, you heard about the movie, right? The Snow White movie coming out? And, well, the one I want to see isn't even the Snow White movie. It's this one here. This Snow White movie. It's better off. Here, let me play this one. That was that one. This is the one I want to see.
Once upon a time, in time a prince would come. Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
Yeah, that's the end of that. Then it's talking about Banky, which, okay, I mean, what do you think? Personally, I rather not watch the other one because that's all just woke bullshit. I mean, even the storyline here, listen to this one. It's way better than the one that's
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is fairest of them all?
It is you, my queen.
Snow White.
Are you ready to discover the price for using magic?
Yet another kingdom falls to your glory. But on this day, one has come of age. Fairer even than you. She is the reason your powers wane.
Who is it?
Snow White.
She is my undoing?
She is also your salvation queen. Take her heart in your hand, and you shall never again weaken or age.
Immortality.
The evil queen. We have to stop her.
Yeah. So I've been talking about this today. If you look down below on my channel, you see the Discord link to Discord if you want to hop in. My Discord today because I'm doing this instead of actually playing a game. So point in hopping in another one. Plus, I don't know if you guys want to talk about that stuff as well because of all the controversy about this whole thing. It's really funny. They're arguing because of what Disney's been doing. It's like we already know all this. Not a surprise. Yeah, so that's what I've been doing. As you see, I don't even have any music or anything. Was hoping some people might hop in. No one has been on for an hour and I'm not gonna hop over there because I don't want the outside of my Discord today. Crap. But yeah. Fresh on this. If anything popped up, I doubt it. Well, I probably watched it. Hold on, let's just...
I just got home from literally being told, like, you have acute bronchitis, you're gonna be on meds for the next week. And somehow this was the worst part of my day. Hi y'all, Snarky J Cosplay here. I know I'm literally like a week late on this one, but I have two very good reasons. One, they actually released this on the day that I was flying out to a job in California. Kind of odd that the one day that I wasn't in the studio waiting for this is the day that it came out. Did I happen to scare Disney into delaying the trailer? No, I'm not delusional enough to think that, but wouldn't it be funny if they did? And the second reason is that I planned on doing this on Monday, as in this Monday, 3 days ago, and I happened to get back from California with acute bronchitis, which is probably why I sound like shit right now, but the work has to get done. People have been DMing me, asking me for this trailer reaction, so today, we're going to watch the live-action Snow White trailer. Now, admittedly, I have not seen this trailer. I literally have spent a week avoiding it because I said I was gonna watch it first for the first time with you guys. So, I'm honestly a little bit terrified to see what this is gonna be like, but it's gonna have to happen, and avoiding it is only gonna make things worse. Catch you on the flip side. No. This was my... That haircut, Lord Farquaad. I can't be the only one seeing this. Who decided on that? Okay, all right. No, let's continue. Let's continue.
Father's kingdom, a place of fairness, but the queen changed everything.
Take him away!
Your Majesty.
No.
What did you say?
I'm sorry. So not only did they cast Gal Gadot, who, yes, is beautiful, she's a deliverer of wooden performances. So not only was it bad enough that she already acts like a wooden plank, but they've also cast her and put her in something that she can't turn her head. So she's had to do a complete Michael Keaton, like, flip towards the camera. This is not working. Okay.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated. Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
Famed is thy beauty, Majesty. But a lovely maiden I now behold.
I look at you, and I just want to be the fairest of them all.
The queen is evil. You must flee into the woods.
No. No, this is... no. I feel like they could have done so much more for the hair and makeup. I mean, even if I forgot how much Rachel Zegler has talked about everything for months and how generally irritated I think most of us are with her as a whole, they couldn't have... I don't know, the hair is just wrong. Again, Gal Gadot can't act. I don't believe that Rachel Zegler is this fair, lovable princess that they're trying to put on a pedestal, because I think I've just heard her mouth too much. I don't know, but alright, we'll keep going.
My parents always said this forest was a magical place.
Alright. Heavily CGI'd animals in a live-action setting feels a little odd. I feel like this is about to get worse. Oh, good heavens! What the fuck? Oh my god!
That is the natural reaction.
What is this?
This is the natural reaction everybody's having, because those are horrible. If you're going, at least when the movie was made, those kind of overreactions were normal, because nobody done a movie like this before. Hello. And it was a cartoon, not a live action. I mean, why people say they're nightmares. It really is nightmare. Definitely nightmare. There we go. As you notice, the calibration goes like really quick for this face rate program. so I have to constantly calibrate it.
Jesus Christ, this is like an eldritch horror. How did this get past the focus groups? Good heavens. Oh my god.
Focus groups, if they did a focus group, they would have done what the original was like and had a very Snow White character instead of what they put in. And the Queen, I gotta say, the Queen isn't too bad.
God, I'm about to f up my throat looking at this. This is terrible. My thoughts exactly, Chief. Holy shit.
What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost. You'll be safe from the Queen here.
Oh no.
The Queen stole everything from all of us. I'm gonna need your help. It's time to restore our kingdom.
Oh my god, they weren't kidding. They really are doing like girl boss Snow White. Okay. Alright, you know what? I don't even.
Find Snow White.
They can't call it a classic story because they already said they're not doing the classic story. Why the fuck do they have classic story in there? That's total bullshit. And everybody that's seen these trailers knows it's bullshit because that is not the classic story. You can't say the classic story comes to life when you destroy the classic story. That's my opinion.
This is our kingdom, and now we're
no. Okay, the girl I meant to. That's literally like a direct quote from what she was saying on the red carpet about how she was going to become the leader her father always knew she could be.
She's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Why? Why could we have not just done Snow White, the adorable love story with the... okay, you know what? I'm not even...
I mean, you got all these reactions saying, what are you doing? You're destroying another film. You're going to have another flop on your hands. You sunk all this money into bringing this thing to life, and you blew it. You really blew it. Everything you've done for this movie, you totally blew. You blew it. You wasted millions of dollars. I wish I could waste millions of dollars, and I would have come up with a better one. Oh wait, they may have. But it's not from Disney. Yeah. That's why I want to see the...
You were saying...
I'm not doing this.
I'm sorry, my dear. Did I frighten you?
My thoughts exactly. Holy mother of God. It's worse than I thought. I would like to put something in perspective for you. I just got home from literally being told, like, you have acute bronchitis, you're gonna be on meds for the next week. And somehow this was the worst part of my day. Wow. Okay, where can I begin? Let's just fire them off quickly. Rachel Zegler, bad casting choice. I don't get lovable fairest princess of them all, not even from a looks perspective. I've heard her too much. I don't get that vibe from her. Gal Gadot, again, terrible choice for the evil queen. Absolutely stunning. Makes that cowl look good. Very few people could. I'm not getting vile cruelty from her. I'm getting high school performance of Wicked. The CGI, absolutely f***ing atrocious. I think the animals look weird enough because they still tried to give them a cartoony vibe, but that I could have gotten behind. The f***ing dwarves, that might be the worst thing I've ever seen. That is horrendous, it's creepy, it's disturbing. Thanks, Peter Dinklage, for making this be the thing that we're stuck with. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, that is fucking horrifying. On another note, we did obviously get the girl boss Snow White storyline, so they really are going the route of making her a leader and a warrior. Again, not necessary. I think we have plenty of warrior stories for children. If you want little girls to feel empowered, make some good Wonder Woman content for them. Leave the princesses for when they want to feel love and whimsy. Personally, I feel like I need a good love and whimsy story in my life, but instead this is what we're getting. But wow, that is atrocious. It is so incredible that something is that much worse than I anticipated when I already had so many terrible opinions and thoughts about this movie to begin with. But I mean, just everything about it should have been done differently. The CGI, the hair and makeup is all wrong. The costuming, I make and model costumes as part of my job, and I think most of them, there are definite costume choices that I personally would have thought of doing way differently. I don't see how this is going to do very well at the theaters. I mean, obviously, people are still going to take their kids to watch this, but being that the budget is as overinflated as it is, and we've talked about that on this channel, I see this being another maybe $5 to $10 million loss, just like The Little Mermaid was. Definitely not going to be a good first quarter for Disney. I'll probably still find some way to watch it for the sake of reviewing it. But the jury's still out on that one. Again, before I close this one out, I do want to apologize for the delay. It's just been a hell of a week, and I want to apologize for my voice in this video. I know it has not been pleasant to listen to. Thank you for watching this with me. I literally...
Okay, let's see. Oh my god, she's got more? So this person does all kinds of stuff. Huh, nice. Does cosplay. Yeah. They're talking about how it costs so much. That one. But if you want to see more of that, you go look that one up. Let's see, do I have any more eyes on my mentions? No? No. I got something on. Okay, let's open this.
When the female Ben Shapiro puts a target on your back, there is nowhere to run and hide. Brett Cooper is the newest it girl at the conservative Daily Wire. Love her or hate her, she's the Gen Z star for spilling the tea on a channel that was boring and lifeless. And this time, she has come after her fellow Snow White, Rachel Zegler, who isn't exactly winning the popularity contest in the high school that Hollywood is. Well, Brett Cooper might have won the prom queen with her latest popular video on YouTube. Let's break the tale of the two Snow Whites real quick. So, first things first, why is Rachel Zegler being dragged on the internet?
She's not going to be safe with a prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Well, newsflash people, love is officially dead. Sounds a bit whack, right? This is why the newest Snow White for Disney has lost the people's favorite vote dramatically. The drama...
And this is actually what the whole issue is that they know she killed the character. They know she's the reason the movie's going to flop. She opened her mouth about things nobody wanted to know. And even before the movie came out, she said all this stuff. If she didn't say nothing, they would have got more money.
It starts with a viral clip of Zegler's interview where she talks about giving a modern edge to Disney's Snow White by not introducing a male love interest in the movie. That's right, the super mega heartthrob Prince Florian won't be making any appearance in the film whatsoever. So if you were hoping to relive a they
I'm recalibrating. Calibrated. Go back. Yeah, so I mean, they took a classic, a bona fide classic, and said, "Let's destroy it." That's what Disney did. Oh, it's on. Yeah, it's on. So, why would they think people would be happy with them destroying a movie that made the company?
Fans of the classic fairy tale, or even the 1937 animated movie, to blame but yourself.
100% true. That is exactly what's going to happen to Disney. I mean, look at all that's happened. Look at everything. I mean, all the screw-ups they're doing, all their movies are flopping compared to where they want them. They're putting in all this money, and the story / movie that made the company what it is today, they just butchered. They butchered it. And I'm a quiet streamer, so I'm the boring guy that's on here complaining about this. That's why we're watching videos, because I can't really talk about shit. But this shit got me going. It was hilarious to see from the beginning. It is like, what? For one, this woke mentality is all bullshit. Just brainwashing of people. It's no longer. But the original message of that was, it's no longer. It's more or less game over for them. That's what it comes down to. It's pretty much they've run out of ideas. They want to friggin' say, "Oh, we're gonna do this." No, that's not how it works. I mean, you want to modernize it? Okay, yeah, you gotta focus on the original story. See what you can improve. It's from a time over 100 years ago that this story came out. Granted, you're gonna have difference of opinions. I'm gonna have a different opinion than the guy next to you. I'm gonna have a different opinion than that girl over there. So yeah, that's how it's gonna work. I mean, everybody's gonna have a different opinion, it's just like the election. And you've seen what happened there. They were trying all this woke stuff to get Kamala Harris in, and Trump wins. Oh, I wonder why. Oh, because you were running on stuff nobody cares about anymore. That's what it came down to. I would go into more depth about it, but it's not worth the argument. Anyway, let's get back to it.
It's Hollywood, baby.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Yeah. Share. Definitely get a share. Getting posted. I am posting all this shit. You know why? It's better than the shit that's on there right now. Why? See, that was a good one. Let's see. Anyone comment on it? Let's look. Nope, I haven't been mentioned. I mean, yeah. I mean, I didn't even reply to this person. Because it's not worth it. Well, maybe it is. Did I reply to them? Hold on, let's. Blah, blah, blah. Nah, it's not worth it. It really isn't worth it. Sea waters. Okay, hold on. We're gonna open this. Let's see what he has.
I had no idea what I was auditioning for when I auditioned. So it's a kind of a hilarious question to say, like, what drew you to the material? Is that, like, I didn't realize that I was reading lines with Dopey. Every day on Snow White was a pinch me moment. I was surrounded by the best crew and the best people ever. And even just getting to see our director, Mark, today was just like, oh, right. We made a movie and it's really wonderful.
As 2024 draws to a close, the entertainment world finds itself at a crossroads, grappling with challenges that have left many studios reevaluating their priorities. The cultural landscape of Hollywood is shifting.
I'm not. Never mind. What's this? Oh, I've seen that. They talk to. I mean, I want. Well, the whole idea is to get the ones that talk, but. See, hold on. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Bam. Wait, there was a live action? In the 1950s? I didn't even know about that. Hold on, we're gonna go check out that one. See, hold on, open tab.
In a kingdom where beauty and jealousy collide comes an enchanting tale like no other. Meet Snow White, the fairest in the land, whose...
Okay, yeah, I can't watch that. Okay. Let's change it again. Well, let's go back a couple. What the fuck? Yeah.
Here's so some of you didn't know this came out. This is the international Snow White trailer, which has new information in it.
Yes.
By the way, Rachel Ziegler hated worldwide. Every one of these satellite Disney Channel YouTube channels that have this on there, they're all shitting on Rachel Ziegler.
And they're all ratioed.
Funny. Yeah.
Every single one is ratioed.
All of them are shitting on her. It's funny. We get to find out why she's called Snow White, and the magic mirror now measures skin deep beauty, your internal beauty, not the outside beauty.
Well, so she's got to be like the most hideous then.
Yeah. I love
Right?
that. Play it. There's one bit that I want to really point out, but play it first.
Okay, let's go.
To honor the day I was born, my father named me Snow White. Little girl.
That's retarded.
So that gets that's how you get past the skin as white as snow. It's now because she was born in a snowstorm.
Snowstorm.
So they're just making excuses for why.
Okay, I'm done with that. That was horrible. It was horrible. Snow White and the Evil Queen. Here we go. And they wonder why. I haven't seen. Okay, let's check it out.
We're checking out the teaser for Snow White and the Evil Queen.
This should be really interesting. I'm excited to check it out. If you haven't already, hit that like button, comment your thoughts, and let's dive on in. Think Key presents. Ooh, she's got a really pretty voice. Hello, Timeless Tree.
I love her dress.
Oh, wow. You know how I've read the apples are.
Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
Oh, wow. Brett Cooper. No lie. And the Evil Queen. I think this project is super interesting. The fact that they're releasing this next year at the same time as Disney's doing it. Here's my thoughts. I am not against them doing this because my thoughts is always competition is not a bad thing. It's in the public sphere. What's your thoughts?
I like the style of it. I'm just curious, like, how they're gonna do the story.
I don't want it to look cheap. That's the biggest thing. I don't want it to look cheap.
I mean, just looking at that, it looks like they put a little bit more money than other companies into the production.
Also, something I am curious on is how faithful they are to the original story.
Yeah, and hopefully it's not like campy or anything like that.
Yes. Something I find interesting, when you look at all the other Snow White live action remakes, basically, none of them are faithful to the original story. They either make her a warrior or a thief, or there's so many different versions.
To be faithful to the original story is
dark.
It's dark. Like, in the end, the evil queen, she has on hot iron shoes and she dances to death.
I kind of hope they go that route.
That'd be neat.
It'd be neat if they went like full faithful, very.
This is what people are talking about. The original, evil queen danced to death. Okay, I did not know that. I haven't seen the original Grimm story. Because they modified it for the Happily Ever After one in Disney. It was already modified. So all you gotta do is update some aspects of it. And you gotta think, you're going back in time to when this was written. So you still need to be true to the story. The whole premise of modernizing it would be to change the language a little bit. That's what modernizing it looked like. And they didn't do that. They really didn't. If you're gonna modernize a story, just change the language. Trying to modernize something always screws it up. Because people don't want it modernized like that. Yeah, you can change the language a little. So it's easier to understand. Not completely change it something else like they've been doing, and that's what's ruining the movies. We want to go there to see the story. We want to, yeah, sure, you update some of the language, yeah, and everybody's gonna be fine as long as it's easy to understand. That's the whole modernization you need to do to a story. You change it for political views like Walt Disney's been doing for this woke bullshit. And yeah, it is woke bullshit. I don't give a crap what anybody says. It's bullshit. Yeah, this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna be like, they don't understand. Yeah, because you butchered the story. You ruined it. What do you expect to happen? I mean, come on now.
Like, just fully faithful to the original story. We've really not seen that. I'm very curious, and we're going to check out the Disney one. I want to check it out too. Even if there's changes, we give all movies a chance. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, we'll let you know. But I just
they're going to see this movie, see if it's good or not. Most people ain't. They're like, no, I want the original story, which they said, be faithful to the story. Granted, everybody loves Walt Disney stories, the originals. Not a lot of people like the updates because they've changed the story, and not in a good way. If it was in a good way, there wouldn't be a problem. There really wouldn't be a problem. But they're changing it in a way that it doesn't need to be changed. That is the problem. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, let's continue. Let's get to the end. It's almost at the
I think this project is really interesting. And I think the fact that it's really trending and people are really finding it interesting. But my thing is this, I'm going to check out Disney. I'm going to check out this movie. I just want a good movie. And that's what I want to go into it with. So if you haven't already, give your comments below. Are you going to check it out? Are you?
Honestly, that's a better Evil Queen. Holy shit. Anybody could be a better. Oh my god, this is the actual one. Hold on, let's open it. Tab.
To honor the day I was born, my father named me Snow White. Little girl at a lonely well. This is his kingdom, with the same little tale to tell. He taught me to be fearless, fair, brave, and true. Is that a girl I'll ever know again? But she changed everything. Please, show mercy.
Find his home and burn it to the ground. You were saying? Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest one of all?
My queen, your beauty is beyond compare. But there is one. Her beauty grows from deep within.
Okay. Her beauty grows from deep within. Can't say that for this movie. Not this one. Because the ideology going into this is external. It is external, not internal. So you can't say it's growing from deep within. Because if it was growing from deep within, then it would have to be the original. Okay? Not what they got right now. It's total bullshit.
Snow White. She is as pure as snow.
My parents always said this forest was a magical place. Is there anybody here?
It's a human.
What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost. You'll be safe from the Queen here.
Say all you have to do to make your wish come true.
You have to run.
Is let it go. I'm not afraid to fight. Well, I can hear the echo.
Okay. I don't know about anybody else, but I find her singing quite annoying. Her singing is actually annoying to me. Knowing that, I probably won't be able to go at all. Because this is just a trailer, and I'm already annoyed. It's too high pitched.
Can you point me in the right direction? Waiting on a wish, holding out for someday, hoping somehow, someway, there comes a miracle to find me. I close my eyes and see the girl I'm meant to be. It's time to restore our kingdom. Follow me.
You're called happy because you're happy, and I'm called grumpy because I'm misunderstood.
Oh my fucking god. Misunderstood my ass. You're called grumpy because you're grumpy. Jesus fucking Christ. Wow, there goes my AI again. Why is his mouth stuck open all? Right? Well, actually, it's not even an AI. It's thing. But no. I already gave it a thumbs down. I'm gonna post it though. I'm gonna definitely post it. And I'm gonna add a title, horrible. That's what we're gonna post. You know, I'm just gonna. You know why? Because I don't give a. You're gonna make a choice whether you go see it or not. That's on y'all. I'm not gonna go see it. I'm definitely not. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Cheer. We're gonna post it. Gonna post. Come talk to me. Oh, want to be an ass about it. I said. Right again. Oh yeah, that I. Oh, there it goes. Copy. I. Haha. Okay, we're gonna post. Turn my mouse. Bam. Yeah, that's what we're gonna. I shared it. It's out there, and post. Was it? Oh. How do I find my post? Where is it? Posted it. Not post. Oh, that's what. Oh. Bookmarks. I have no. Ah, there it is. Right here. No white. Bed. No white and is good. Yeah, there we go. Messages. For notifications. Oh, it's okay. No, not at all. See. Huh. Oh, I got a like on my post. It's the one I just posted too. Yes. So even if they don't like my posts, I am. Oh, I am posting whatever I feel like on here because it's my channel. So I'm posting both negative and positive for both of them. I prefer the one that looks like it's going to be good. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I prefer one I like. But once again, that's on you. Go out there and yours. This is my shit, so I'm going to do what I like. So that's what that comes down to. Okay. Wait, hold on. What's this? Let's see.
Rachel Zegler has not been met with a lot of love online, and now she's being met with a new opponent that's going to war with Ben Shapiro. Rachel Zegler's Snow White did cause a lot of controversy because she is Hispanic, playing a character of German ancestry. It caused controversy for saying the prince in the original Snow White was a stalker, and the new main lead, Andrew Burnham, might get cut from the movie. Just to put icing on the cake, it's no longer Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, but Snow White and the Seven Bandits because of the comments made by Peter Dinklage. At this point, many people are expecting Snow White to do worse than Little Mermaid, which did fail, losing $50 million. As a response to this, Ben Shapiro has come out saying he will be producing his own Snow White movie to compete with Disney. Ben Shapiro has made attempts to compete with Disney before, with one example being when he hired Gina Carano to star in a movie after she was fired from Mandalorian over her comments about non-binary people. Ben Shapiro's movies so far haven't had success, and for the most part he's known for doing cringy things like burning a Barbie as protest to the movie as a 40-year-old man. But he is getting more attention for trying to do a more conservative version of Snow White with YouTuber Brett Cooper. Rachel Zegler hasn't made a direct comment on it yet, but it was reported she heard about it and laughed about it as a response. For what it's worth, I think both of these movies are going to suck, and with that, I'm Charles Perrault. Subscribe to learn something. Rachel Zegler.
You know what? I can't argue with him. I cannot argue with his opinion. It's a valid one. Oh, what? This is hilarious. Look, he got fired. And he stomps it out. Look at that. Okay, that's gonna get to repost. Boom. Post. Yeah. That's hilarious. Oh. Oh. That's time lapse, it looks like. But no. Okay, yeah. We're just looking at what pops up. I'm gonna post whatever the fuck I want. My channel. My pop-ups. Hit refresh, see if I got any more. Maybe some comments. No, nothing. I mean, I could go to verified or this, but yeah, I love it. Wait, who are these people? Wow. Okay, but yeah, I shouldn't. That's cool. Wait. See what they got to say.
Little Step Queen is like just one good-looking woman. And so this whole Rachel Zegler versus Gal Gadot thing doesn't really make any sense. And you wonder like what the tension was on the set, right? I think there's a little tension there. Yeah, I mean, I just get that feeling because I'm looking at some of Rachel's tweets. This little Broadway actress tweets out, "I love you all so much. Thank you for all the love." For 120 million views on our trailer in just 24 hours. The trailer you guys just saw. Sorry, you contributed to that, I guess. What a whirlwind. I am in the thick of rehearsals for Romeo and Juliet. Woohoo! So I'm going to get out of here. Bye for now. And then she comes back because whoopsie daisy, she forgot. And always remember, free Palestine. Because you got to work that one in there, right? You got to work that. So was that a little bit of a dig? I mean, on the evil step queen, the Gal Gadot, the real prima donna of the act.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that one. We'll watch it again. You never know what it's actually gonna have.
Once upon a time, in time a prince would come. Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
Okay, yeah, we've seen that. All right, so, oh, taking it. I was hoping for more backlash for putting stuff. Go ahead and open it.
The earliest drafts of the Grimm brothers' Snow White were somehow more disturbing and more tame at the same time. One of the most iconic moments in the Snow White story is when the evil queen orders the huntsman to lure her stepdaughter into the woods, stab her to death, then cut out her lungs and liver so she could eat them. But in an 1810 rough draft that was never published, her original plan was to simply take Snow White into the meadow herself and abandon her while she was distracted picking flowers. Still pure evil, but arguably not as bad as directly ordering someone to murder her so she can cannibalize her. To balance out this lack of bloodshed, the evil queen was related to Snow White by blood. She was her birth mother instead of her stepmother. In fact,
what? I did not know that.
That wasn't just in the rough draft. The first edition of their collection also describes them as mother and daughter. So that means in the first published edition of the story, she tries to kill her own daughter a total of 4 times, once in the beginning and 3 times at the end. The earliest drafts of the Grimm brothers' Snow White were somehow more
That is definitely getting a share. I mean, come on now. Wow. Yeah, we're definitely putting. Like when they go out hunting and say, "You got baby on the table." Oh, okay. Oh. No. 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 I mean, they put her as the evil queen. Better. Okay. Let's hear this point of view.
What's going on, guys? Today we are checking out the official teaser trailer for Snow White and the Evil Queen. Now, I've seen a lot of controversy on this Snow White. This is brought to us by Daily Wire Plus, which I have no idea what that is, to be honest with you guys. I guess it's their version of Snow White. Now, we have seen different versions of Snow White in the past, obviously not Disney related, but I guess this is Daily Wire's take on Snow White. Before we get watching, hit that like button, subscribe, follow all my socials, linked in the bio. Without further ado, let's get to reacting. Let's go. Okay.
Once upon a time.
Visually looks okay, I guess.
In time a prince would come. Once upon a time.
Oh, what is wrong with that? That squirrel looked weird, bro. It looked like he was smiling.
I have to agree. That squirrel did look a little weird. If you noticed, its mouth was just open the whole time. But that was about it. That's I gotta agree with it.
Okay, so it's definitely a teaser because there's no way that was a trailer. Like, we didn't even get to see the Evil Queen at all. Visually, like, it looks decent, I guess, from, like, the nature scenes look cool, but she's picking apples. One of them is going to be poisoned. She's going to bite it and die.
No.
This squirrel looks like he is literally smiling. I'm not even, like, bruh.
He's getting a drink of water, but his mouth was
I guess
open the whole time.
cool elk, deer. These are deer. Weird looking deer. No, they're just deer. I don't know. Maybe I'm just dumb.
Deer, but-
What, like, how does this, like, I don't know. And her dress looks kind of interesting too. It's not like the regular old Snow White. Obviously, they're gonna do their own take on it, but we'll have to see if the dwarfs are regular people. In
Yeah, you see it later on in the other trailers, but they're going off the Grimm story, not the Walt Disney of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. That's the difference that people aren't understanding, but they say it later on. I heard it in one of the things. That's what I found out. So, him not knowing that they're going off the Grimm story and they're going off they're not going off the Walt Disney story, they're going off the Grimm story is what's going on. That's what's Okay, we'll share this because that one isn't too bad. Ow! Ah! Ouch! As you can see, I like watching these kind of things where it's not on purpose, but it it's funny. It Ow. Ooh. See, those are funny. That's why I like watching those. But then I get the ones that I don't care.
this version of Snow White. Could be okay. I don't have any thoughts on it. It's in 4K, so that just makes the trailer 10 times better, obviously. But yeah, I don't know. Like, could be cool, I guess. I don't know. I probably won't ever watch it. Just go back on the shelves. But yeah, this is Snow White and the Evil Queen. Daily Wire. Let me know your thoughts, opinions, arguments down in the comment section below. See you guys in the next reaction. Goodbye.
And this is why I'm going through them. I mean, that guy's opinion is totally valid. Totally valid. Have I watched this one? I guess I did at one point. I've been going through these all day today and yesterday when I found out about it. So yeah, this is how far behind. I keep hearing all this stuff about Rachel Zegler, and I was like, and I seen the stuff, and I was like, just that alone made me not want to watch them. But then I seen this, and I was like, what? Wait, when did this happen? And yeah, this is something I'm interested in. This is something I want to check out. That's why I'm doing it. Like, I want to see this. I want to know what's going on. So yeah, I'm going to.
I will give this kingdom the queen it deserves.
Oh, this is the one I was looking for. I forgot to mark it as one of. Yeah, this. You see. That was awesome. It's a quick brief, but she pops in there. You see the evil queen. Don't see the back of her head with this one.
I will give this kingdom the queen it deserves.
See, that's how quick it is. Like I couldn't even pause it fast enough so you can see who it is. There. That's the evil queen. I mean, in the original, she's wearing that black thing around her head and stuff. But yeah, this is way better. than the one that's come out. I gotta use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. So, just hold on. Back. Alright, I am back. One. But yeah, they show the evil queen.
Deserves. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?
I'm sorry. It just sounds like someone talking. That's all it sounds like. Alright? Someone talking.
You are my queen.
Mirror sounds decent.
But not for long. She will grow to be more beautiful than even you. I am but a reflection, and you have already decided.
Some fairy tales do come true, but none ever truly end.
The Queen is bringing trouble. I know it for sure.
Is there no end to your power and beauty?
I will give this kingdom the queen it deserves.
Yeah. That one is definitely getting shared because that is way better than the one that have the oh, We're gonna watch this.
You're quasi-evil. You're semi-evil.
Okay. I mean, we just seen that. I had to pull that up. I'm gonna repost that one. That's awesome.
Why'd you run out on me?
No. As you can see,
Because you're not quite evil enough.
Okay, let's refresh this. I have any more comments? I want to know if I got any more comments. No. No more mentions. Hello, everybody. My Autobot is the only thing that's going. It's for all those people that keep putting in those ones for like get more viewers. That is. Okay, no. Watch this one.
Conservative media company The Daily Wire is making its own live-action Snow White movie. The announcement follows right-wing backlash over Disney's upcoming live-action Snow White film starring Rachel Zegler. The Daily Wire's version will be titled Snow White and the Evil Queen. It will star YouTuber Brett Cooper as the princess and be based on the original Brothers Grimm fairy tale, which is now...
And what people don't mention is that she's an actress, a child actress. Alright? She was acting before she became a YouTuber.
Now in the public domain. The company released this teaser.
It's like Asmongold. Guy's great. I seen it. I didn't know who he was until a couple ago I found out. I didn't even know he was a streamer. Never heard of him. And he's pretty famous.
Time a prince would come.
The film was announced alongside the launch of BintKey, Daily Wire's new kids entertainment brand that seeks to take on Disney+. Cooper, who...
And I should actually look into that because that seems more wholesome than Disney Channel now.
Host the Daily Wire produced show The Comments Section with Brett Cooper said, I was raised on the original Grimm's fairy tales, so I'm thrilled that we're bringing this iconic story to life for the next generation.
See? The Grimm's fairy tales. That movie is going back to the original source. Took me a sec to get that out. I have a problem when I have a problem articulating my words. So I don't most of the time. I'm trying to get like source out, but I couldn't. The word I went blank on. And I'm like, what was that? Yeah, so don't mind my skipping of words and stuff. I don't know if you can actually hear me well or not. I'll find out later. I really, unless somebody tells me, I really don't think I'm saying it's actually heard. It shows it's being heard, but not it is. So yeah.
Snow White is such a beautiful character, and I'm honored to be playing her. Like all the best fairy tales, this is a story with timeless values like love, friendship, and kindness, and I can't wait to share them. The move comes after Disney's upcoming live-action remake of 1937's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs has generated some culture war controversy. First, conservative critics took issue with the casting of Latina star Zegler as a character described in the original Brothers Grimm story as having skin as white as snow, and the production changing the Seven Dwarfs into a diverse collection of magical creatures. Then, 22-year-old Zegler caused a stir when a flurry of comments from late last year resurfaced over the summer that suggested the new movie would take a different approach to the iconic character.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming...
These are the only things they keep for her. The only... Yes, everybody's heard them. You don't need to repeat it every time now. Like, everybody knows what you're talking about. And yes, it's true. Totally stupid whole concept of what this story is about. Anyone that has a problem with it, come on. That's what the channel's for, right? Got a problem with me? Go ahead, type it in chat. I don't care. I mean, we're gonna. That's why it says "Let's talk." I'm literally want to know people's opinion. That's why I'm doing it live. Yeah, I don't have a schedule or anything like that. I just when I decide to live stream, I live stream. If you like that, stuff, my channel.
Becoming the leader she knows she can be. Snow White and the Evil Queen is coming sometime in 2024. Disney Snow White is set for theaters on March 22nd, 2024. The studio had no immediate comment on the Daily Wire project. For more on this story, go to thr.com. This is the Hollywood Reporter News.
My opinion on the whole thing is different. One, I prefer they stuck to the storyline. That's keep recalibrating. I move a little bit. Anyway, yeah. I'll post it. I gave it a like. I really don't care. Oh, that was the new. Okay, I'm opening this one in a different tab.
How can I serve you, my queen?
Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest one of all?
You are. But
It literally just. There's no. It doesn't feel like there's any. Okay? Feeling. And they talk. I mean, that was the same problem I had with the other one when the talking. Like, they're supposed to be so I'm the fairest of them all type. And they're not. That's what's killing me. It's like why aren't they getting more into it? This is a great you know what? It's probably because everything's going to shit right now.
one day, your beauty will be surpassed by Snow White.
And she doesn't look good. Come on. Look at her. No. No, I mean that. No.
You know what will happen if you fail me.
Snow White, you are the true queen.
Go on, have a bite.
You have been very kind to me. I'm awfully grateful.
She's beautiful, just like an angel.
No. That one a thumbs down, but I'm also going to post it. To be fair, was the end of that. Okay. As you can see, I don't care which one I post, but at least make it. All right, let's listen to this person's take on it.
Uh-oh! Disney finally released the official Snow White trailer. All right. Let's see what have made the fans angry about this trailer. Oh boy.
This was my father's kingdom.
Besides Rachel Zegler.
A place of fairness. But the queen changed everything. Take him away, Your Majesty.
What did you say?
She's not going to be saved by the prince. Weird.
The people need some kindness.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated. Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
Famed is thy beauty, Majesty. But the lovely maiden I now behold.
I look at you, and I just want to be the fairest of them all.
The queen is evil. We must flee into the woods.
Was that the huntsman or the woodsman or whatever? He looked a little different in the cartoon.
My parents always said this forest was a magical place.
And Bambi! And Thumper!
Hello? Is there anybody here?
Hi ho! Yo! I didn't even know they were gonna do it! I swear to God! I just felt it was the musical talent within me said, this is the point to say hi ho.
Wait.
It's a human.
What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost.
You'll be safe from the queen here.
The queen stole everything from all of us.
We're gonna need your help.
It's time to restore our kingdom.
Waiting on a wish, holding out for someday, hoping somehow, some way, there comes a miracle.
Find Snow White.
This is something different.
This is our kingdom, and now we're here to take it back.
You were saying. I'm sorry, my dear.
She's leading some type of revolt.
Right?
And I thought I was crazy, Disney. Oh boy.
Did I frighten you?
Disney, you are crazy. Yeah. Woo! If this is a hit, I will I don't know what I'll do. If this is a hit, I will be shocked beyond belief. I'll be as shocked as the left was when Donald Trump won. If this is a hit. There we go. That's a good analogy for this. Post your comments down below. Let me know what you all think. Did you like it? Think this is going to be good? Are you happy with the different directions that they've taken this classic story that helped build the Disney empire? Its first legendary animated film. Let me know what you think.
refresh. See if I got any more here. Really, it's hard. But yeah. Like, you're definitely gonna have better results with the characters in the park than you are from the actual movie characters. Because nobody wants it. I already. Yeah, I mean, this is the actual trailer. Y'all want to watch it again? Might as well.
To honor the day I was born, my father named me Snow White.
Little girl at a lonely well,
This is his kingdom.
with the same little tale to tell.
He taught me to be fearless, fair, brave, and true.
And you threw it all out. And you threw it all out. So I can't. No. No. Can't say that when you're not even following that yourself.
Is that a girl I'll ever know
When you don't do that yourself, you can throw it out the window.
again?
But she changed everything. Please, show mercy.
Find his home and burn it to the ground. You were saying. Magic mirror on the wall.
Okay, so people have a problem with, which I don't understand, but she is definitely a good evil queen. Stiff in movements. Can't really argue with. But her tone was spot on. Spot on. Burn his head.
Who's the fairest one of all?
My queen, your beauty is beyond compare.
See, that's what I'm talking about. She's practically getting it. You can feel that she's being what is it called? Snubbish, seated, narcissist. Basically a woman.
But there is one. Her beauty grows from deep within. Snow White. She is as pure as snow.
And it was ruined by the actual actor due to the fact that none of that is true for.
My parents always said this forest was a magical place. Is there anybody here?
So it was semi live action. Okay? Semi. Due to the fact they used way too much CGI. Okay? I mean, some stuff you need to use CGI because it's physically impossible to.
It's a human.
What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost.
You'll be safe from the queen here.
They say all you have to do to make your wish.
Yeah, I've already had enough of this. I mean, I really did. And then you got this one, which is way better.
What does the mirror show you? What do you see?
I am but a reflection.
See? Way better. Right from the beginning. But you've seen enough. What we're going to look at is this one. Okay, hold on. Going to the actual channel for. Oh, go back again. Come back to the. Oh. Trail. There it is. Okay. Open. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, okay. Let's open this in new tab. We're gonna watch some of these.
They say you're the best mercenary gold can buy.
Gold, money. Sometimes I just kill people for a chimichanga.
Snow White has become a problem. If we don't get rid of her, I'm afraid Disney will throw everyone in my world into the void.
Yikes! First Dinklage yanks up the world's shortest ladder behind him, and then Snow Not So White destroys this entire IP.
Can you handle this? I could really use a savior right now.
Anything for you, Wonder Woman. Hey, Snow Blight!
Oh, look! Another relic of toxic masculinity.
I can smell that gas you're lighting from here, and it smells like hate.
My princess, we could use some water.
Peter Dinklage! They must have scrapped that awful CG. Oh my You're playing all 7 of them now, aren't you? You scheming little imp.
Hey, no breaks! Get back to work!
Yes, princess.
And whistle while you work! And you! Do you wear that mask to escape your white privilege? It's giving colonizer, and very evidently so.
Oh, sweet summer child. This mask is to hide the fact that underneath, I look like a burnt marshmallow trying to pass as a human. I admire you, though. It takes guts to show the world a face only a poisoned apple could love.
The reality is that your humor, Deadpool, it's extremely dated. Much like the patriarchy you represent.
All right, Snow Pumpkin Spice Latte, your reign of woke terror is over. It's time for you to go to the void.
Do you know who I am? This is a new era, and I'm here to deconstruct the heteronormative fairy tale archetype.
Zip it, Ziegler!
I am a strong
I know I can't take no more. It ain't no lie. I want to see you out that door. Baby, bye, bye, bye. By the way, all your scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
No!
Oh, sweet, sweet silence. Oh my gosh! It's OG Snow White, everybody! Disney must have thrown her in the void!
Is it finally over? Am I really home?
Yes, you are, sweetheart. Yes, you are.
Oh! Thank you!
And that's how you do it, Disney. You smell like Brett Cooper.
Yes. That is hilarious. Oh, that's getting a thumbs up. No wonder this one has 45,000 likes. That is getting posted. That is definitely getting posted. Okay, I don't. That, yeah, that was awesome. Okay. See, which other one did they do? It was this one. What is that? Oh, okay. Here we go. Open in new tab.
This is no ordinary apple, my dear. It's a magic wishing apple. A wishing apple? Yes, one bite and all your dreams will come true. You offer it to me freely. In place of the patriarchy, you would have a queen! Not white, but diverse, inclusive, and equitable! I will become the leader I know I can be! All shall love me and despair!
Get away from her, you hideous hag! Oh, what has she done to you? Fear not, First Love's kiss can break any curse.
That's getting a share too. That's definitely getting a share. Okay, I'm not even gonna touch that one. I I don't even know. Anyway, we're not there to look at that. But yeah, those are hilarious. Comments on. Come on, people, for the comments. Ah, they're not doing it. Watched all those. Yep. Okay. Wonderful for you. There. Open it. This I am definitely posting.
The Daily Wire's making a live-action Snow White movie starring conservative YouTuber Brett Cooper. I was not expecting this announcement. At least Brett Cooper looks like Snow White in this promo, whereas you can't really say the same thing about Rachel Zegler. You know, it'd be one thing if Snow White turned around and put a MAGA hat on or some bullshit. That's not, people don't want propaganda on the other side. They just want propaganda-free entertainment.
And that really is the main point. We're just trying to represent the values that Snow White is based in, the timeless values that we all loved growing up, that are sadly being forgotten in this new adaptation. Weird. Somebody said, who's playing Snow White, Ben or Brett? I can't even tell. Never heard that joke before. That's really clever. I saw comments of people asking if the entire movie was just going to be a Ben Shapiro deepfake. Like, come on, guys. Ben and I did a video together. We've killed those rumors. We've moved on.
That's what they want you to think.
The Daily Wire's making a live-action Snow White movie starring conservative YouTuber Brett Cooper. I was not...
All right. Done. Open a new tab. Okay. I'm gonna browse that too. It's not the movie, but that was definitely worth posting. See, that was an interesting update one, you know? It was like, yeah, you first. That's like an update that you would want to put in. I mean, seriously. Oh, it's a first look. First, let's rewind.
Mirror on the wall.
What does the mirror show you? What do you see?
I am but a reflection.
Wow.
Mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
You are my queen, but not for long. She will grow to be more beautiful than even you. There is a war coming, in which all secrets will be revealed.
You're alive.
Are you?
Her name is Snow White. It is told that she will be even fairer than you. She will be your end, my queen.
Why is she of such value?
Snow White shall kneel before me. She will beg for mercy. And then I'll tear her heart out.
Oh wait, that was in the movie. Wow. Did I share it? Hold on. Because you look.
Are you?
Her name.
Such value.
And then I'll tear her heart.
That was the part where she told her age first. So I thought that wasn't part of it, but apparently it was. So gotta definitely thumbs up it and all right. I tried kidnapping the girl right in public. That break probably. That's a totally different. Yeah, I'm not getting responses from that. I want. This is the one where they used an AI to. This is the one where they use an AI program to fix it.
In a world filled with magic and
That was like a combination of them. They mixed in them, so that's actually pretty good. And yeah, we're gonna post that one. Bingo. Okay, that was good. That was good. I had to stay to see what this. Now that was good. But yeah. Uh wait.
so fast.
Okay, no. No. Nope. Yeah, we seen that one. Oh. Oh no. Yeah, let's check this one out.
What is going on with the Snow White movie? Like a lot of people, I grew up watching and loving Disney movies. I had the compilation albums, I dressed up as the characters for Halloween, I ate off of special Disney plates, and I had plushies of all my favorite animal sidekicks. But in recent years, I hesitate to even call myself a fan, because I've been left disappointed far too many times to count. Since the company's inception in 1923, Disney has had its fair share of ups and downs creatively, but if you ask me, they're currently in one of their worst slumps to date. I credit this to their over-reliance on their pre-existing IP, with the vast majority of their recent releases consisting of unimaginative remakes and sequels. While a few of these projects have tanked, others have been massive successes, and with Disney continuously prioritizing its shareholders over its audience, it looks like they're going to be continuing down this derivative path for the foreseeable future. One of their upcoming projects is 2025's Snow White, a live-action remake of the animated 1937 film Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And based on what I've seen so far, I don't have very high hopes for it. Today I'm going to be sharing my initial thoughts on Disney's Snow White and discuss where I think they went wrong, including the girl boss storyline, bizarre animation, controversial casting, and lackluster costume design. Let's get into it. Since 2010,
And she's right on all those points so far.
Disney has released over a dozen live-action remakes, including Alice in Wonderland, Maleficent, Cinderella, The Jungle Book, Beauty and the Beast, Dumbo, Aladdin, The Lion King, Lady and the Tramp, Mulan, Cruella, Peter Pan and Wendy, Pinocchio, and The Little Mermaid. And some of these, like Maleficent and The Lion King, have even gone on to have sequels. You might have
That's because they were good. That's the difference.
noticed that all of these live-action remakes are based off of Disney movies that were traditionally animated, and the reason for that is more simple than you'd think. Disney's entire brand relies on awareness, and by releasing movies based on their pre-existing IP, they're not only able to profit off of their fans' nostalgia, but also rope in some new viewers as well.
Yeah, but they keep changing things up for them as well. And with Snow White, they really picked a bad. I mean, she is a PR night.
This reintroduction is especially important when it comes to children, as the vast majority aren't going to take the time to watch a movie that's 10 times older than they are. Just think about
Yeah, that's why you just update it. All you had to do was update it so it's in the modern times, not friggin' screw it up while updating it.
it, your favorite Disney character is probably one that you saw in theaters as a kid. Unlike Moana or Frozen, whose sequels Disney can easily add to the growing number of computer animated projects on their roster, it's
And they are better than what they're putting out now with the Snow White movie.
literally impossible for them to make continuations of their older films ever since the hand-drawn division was shut down in 2013. Disney's decision to switch from traditional to computer animation is rooted in the studio's 2000 slump, which saw the release of box office disappointments like Home on the Range, Fantasia 2000, and Treasure Planet.
And that's what you update. You gotta update. You can't just stay in the same old routine. That's what Disney was about. I mean, think about it. Walt Disney did something everyone thought was gonna flop. Everyone thought it was gonna flop. And that was animated theater. Patrick? Anyway, cinematics. That's what I was looking for. Animated cinematics, which at the time was unheard of. I mean, just the cost alone, he put everything on the line he had. I mean, just that's why they're like, it's your biggest folly. You're not going to make that money back. And they were wrong. Like, totally wrong. It built the company. But it took somebody going, I'm putting everything I have on the line for this. And guess what? That was the start of everything. And you gotta understand, anime is derived from American concept of art. That's how it all started for anime. They came over here to learn how to draw these comics, or not the comics, but the animation side, and that's where it all started from for anime. A lot of people don't realize this. They took Disney's concept of animation and American animation concept, brought it over there, and then turned it into anime. They updated it to their culture, and then you just look, it's a big part of their culture now, like a huge part. But it originally started with American animation, and now it's huge. And at least that's what I've heard. And I believe it. So, now we're going into computer graphics. And even in anime, it's going over to computer graphics. So, that's the update of what's going on. The computer graphics is what is updating the animation. It's just another level. It leveled up, if you get my drift. Nothing wrong with that. Art. It's all art. But what they're doing is destroying art, in my opinion. In Disney and them now. They're
At the same time, Pixar, who had embraced computer animation, was thriving and quickly became one of Disney's biggest competitors. After seeing other companies' success, Disney decided to dip its toes into computer animation with projects like Chicken Little, Bolt, and Meet the Robinsons, but they were received about as well as their hand-drawn films from the time period.
That's because they were new and they were good movies still. Okay? They were good movies. So, I watched Bolt. I like that one. Good. It was literally good. So, you gotta understand, graphics were just starting to come out. People were still skeptical. I mean, it was just same thing when Walt Disney friggin' put out the Snow White back in the 30s. It was something new. It was what spawned all of this. And y'all are gonna be like, it needs to be updated. Okay, update the graphics. That's it. That's all you gotta do. You gotta bring it up. You'll keep the original story, but you just upgrade some stuff. Don't change the whole friggin' narrative just because you're a woke idiot and say, oh, we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of that. You just ruined the story. The whole story was based on what you got rid of.
So they continued switching back and forth between the two styles. In 2009, they released The Princess and the Frog, and although it was praised as a return to form for the company, it didn't meet Disney's expectations financially. The following year, they released Tangled, which combined their tried and true fairy tale formula with modern computer animation, and the film was a smash hit. When Frozen came out in 2013 and broke box office records, that was the final nail in the coffin for hand-drawn animation, and CEO Bob Iger announced that the division would
See? They kept the original storyline stuff, and they had a box office hit. Then they went to this whole crap. Guess what? It went down. Like, royally down, because nobody wants to hear that. Shut up! As you can see, I'm bitching and complaining about Snow White.
would be closing permanently. At the time, the reason for switching to computer
Right now we're into the the switching from animation to computer graphics on it. And you missed it because earlier on I was just really bitching about the other stuff. But anyway, yeah.
animation was cited as being cost-effective, which I'm not so sure is true, considering The Princess and the Frog cost less to make than Up did the same year. Sure, one made a lot more money, but I don't think that had anything to do with it being computer animated versus hand-drawn. Now, with the original Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs film being traditionally never actually refers to the dwarves as dwarves, she calls them the Little Men, which is also how they were referred to by the screenwriters. Only the evil queen ever calls them dwarves. From the moment Rachel Zegler was cast as Snow White, she's been on the receiving end of a hate campaign that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. She's not white enough, not pretty enough, not nice enough. Look, I'm not excited about this movie either, but I'm not going to punish the actress for it when there's dozens of money-hungry executives who should be taking the blame instead. Now, I'm not saying that Disney has the purest intentions when they go forward with this sort of colorblind casting, and I honestly think it's pretty shitty of them to routinely fail to protect the up-and-coming actors who have to deal with their racist fanbase. We've seen it happen with The Little Mermaid, Star Wars, Percy Jackson, and now Snow White. This sort of backlash is reflective of the conservative direction the United States is heading in general, hence the recent election. But it's interesting how all of these things that people are crying about being too woke weren't even that scandalous 20 years ago. Case in point, 2001 Snow White, the Fairest of Them All, 1997 Cinderella, and the Merlin TV series, which all had non-white cast members, and surprise, surprise, the world didn't end. And surprise, surprise, the world base. We've seen it happen with The Little Mermaid, Star Wars, Percy Jackson, and now Seven film. But did you know that Snow White never actually refers to the dwarves as dwarves? She calls them the Little Men, which is also how they were referred to by the screenwriters. Only the evil queen ever calls them dwarves. From the moment Rachel Zegler was cast as Snow White, she's been on the receiving end of a hate campaign that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. She's not white enough, not pretty enough, not nice enough. Look.
Okay, hold on. A lot of people aren't complaining about that's well, from what I understand, they're not. Yeah, it is. Yeah, from what I understand, they're not complaining about. Well, not everyone is complaining about it. What they're complaining about was her rhetoric that she spoke. And yeah, I think the woke stuff is a bunch of bullshit. Alright? I want the original style story. But that's me personally. I want that original story to go through. I'm not watching a movie to be force-fed that stuff. I'm watching a movie to get out of the reality of reality, you know? I want to be immersed into the story. Anyway, I digress.
Look, I'm not excited about this movie either, but I'm not going to punish the actress for it when there's dozens of money-hungry executives who should be taking the blame instead.
You're right. The executives should be taking the blame because they're the ones who made that decision, and they're the idiots who ruined a classic story.
Now, I'm not saying that Disney has the purest intentions when they go forward with this sort of colorblind casting, and I honestly think it's pretty shitty of them to routinely fail to protect the up-and-coming actors who have to deal with their racist fanbase.
Okay, it's not due to racism, okay? It's due to the story. Stories are based in other cultures, and they're trying to force-feed you this other culture into the story of another culture, okay? That's the issue that people are having problems with. It's not that they don't like the change of character. I could give a rat's ass about the change of character. It's the woke bullshit that's causing them to force feed bullshit into the storyline because they think that that's what people want. It's not what people want. People want the story. I mean, I could care, like I said, I could care less that it's change of character, but at least don't force it. The problem is all of it feels forced. That's what the problem is. I mean, yeah, go ahead and write in my comments if you dislike what I say. Go ahead. I don't care if you like or dislike what I say. I actually want to have a conversation about this because it's to me it's total bullshit.
We've seen it happen with The Little Mermaid, Star Wars, Percy Jackson, and now Snow White. And
those asswipes that were complaining about it, like, Dude, look at the time we're living in. None of that matters anymore. But the Democrats, oh shit, I brought up just politics again. Yeah, they're force feeding you to go back to that stage where it did matter about that stuff. We were right at the precipice of that being completely gone, and then they brought it back. That's my opinion.
Sort of backlash is reflective of the conservative direction the United States is heading in general, hence the recent election. But it's interesting.
She's bringing up politics. I hate the politics. I really do. Because it's not about conservative or not. What people don't want is to be force fed it. That's what the issue is. It's you get for a rat's ass what your ideology is. I just don't want it forced on me, is all I'm saying. Why would I force my opinion on you? This is my channel, so I can say my opinion, but I'm not going to force you to listen to my opinion. Coming to the channel, you're listening to my opinion because you want to listen to my opinion. Go out over to that channel because you want to listen to their opinion. So, conservative, friggin' woke, I don't give a shit. Both of them have problems. Both of them cause problems. That's the truth.
Interesting how all of these things that people are crying about being too woke weren't even that scandalous 20 years ago. Case in point.
Hold on. But I have to say she was right because back then, the divide wasn't as bad as it is today.
2001 Snow White, The Fairest of Them All, 1997 Cinderella, and the Merlin TV series.
I love that TV series, the Merlin TV series. It was a great show. I love that show. So, you know what? The only problem with that show was it ended.
Which all had non-white cast members, and surprise, surprise, the world didn't end. Taking notes from the original fairy tale, Snow White is described as having lips red as the rose, hair black as ebony, skin white as snow. I'm assuming.
And that's not what you get here, and that's the problem. It's not the actress herself, although she caused other issues, but that was because, well, that's other issues. But the problem was you deviated from the story that described her that way. So if you're going to cast somebody, they have to at least be white. I'm sorry. Because it was a German friggin' thing. So you don't follow it to the letter, yeah, okay. But when the characteristics of the person you're changing are not the same to what the original story said, guess what? People are going to have attitudes about it because you already screwed up the whole show just from the beginning. And it had nothing to do with the actress. That came from the executives that cast her.
Assuming they're going to take that line out of the remake. But regardless, I think Disney could have made Zegler.
Yeah, they took that line out of the remake and made it that it was a snowy day. So it's already different. So, yeah, if you're going to change a story, you got to at least change the storyline. And they did. So I got no problem with that. But the way they did it is what the problem is. That's just causing it. I mean, she described the prince as a stalker. That's not what was happening. Okay? They fell in love. We want to see a love story with this friggin' movie. You didn't want it to be changed so it's not a love story. Granted, it may or may not work. And they changed it too much. I mean, Sure, people complain and bitch complain, but that's personal opinions. They're all personal opinions. Okay? It's not saying that the movie's going to be good or not, but I'm not going to see the movie because it's not what I want. That's all I'm saying. I wanted to go see a movie of a classic that was a classic reinvented in the modern day, so it's updated. Come on, how many of you going to go watch the original movie nowadays? No. The original movie is so outdated. I mean, we want the updated graphics. We want the updated stuff. That's what we want for the movie. We didn't want the movie to change completely. Especially the older fans. That's why I say you change the language for the modern day so it's easier to understand for the modern day people. That's it. That's all you really need to change about it. You don't need to change the whole storyline because some people don't believe in it. Well, the whole point of going to see a movie is to get away from what people believe in today. We want to get out of reality. We want to go see something that was made back then in medieval times. If it was made in medieval, well, I don't know about medieval times, but it was made back in the past. It was written about medieval times, and then it was updated by Walt Disney into the animated, and that's what people like. They wanted the story. I mean, yeah, sure, because it was a dark story to begin with, so he made it more happily ever after. Everybody knew this. Everybody was fine with it because it went from being dark to happily ever after. See the contrast? They just changed some of it. I mean, they couldn't even put the prince into the full-length movie because it was too much for them. And in this one, they just cut him out completely, from what they're saying.
Resemble the character just a tiny bit more to give her a fighting chance against the trolls. Obviously, she isn't as pale as the animated Snow White. Practically no one is. But I don't think her skin color is where the problem lies. It's the rest of her styling. I wouldn't expect nor want them to make her paler, but they could have mimicked the effect. For one, she needed a proper red lip. I know the reasoning for the barely there makeup look is to make her appear younger, but I feel like some rosy cheeks and freckles combined with the red lip would have still been youthful. The hair was also a mistake. First, it needed to be jet black, not only because that reads as more Snow White, but also because it would have created a bigger contrast to her skin. Secondly, the bob is just terrible. I get that Disney needs to sell merchandise, so they have to make the live-action version.
And in the original Grimm story, it was actually long hair, not short. It was easily fixable. It's a hairstyle. You could have changed it. Nobody's going to argue with a different hairstyle. And even if they did, it's going to be a small portion of people. I mean, look at the Snow White and the Evil Queen with Brett Cooper. She has long hair in it, which is in the original Grimm story. Nobody argues. Because it's jet black, and then guess what? She's got the white skin tone, and she's friggin' got the red lips. That's what people wanted. So they made it. Whether people like it or not, that's a different story. It's getting produced by a small company right now. Not a big deal. I really want to see that one, though, because that's more of what I want to see. Story. That's what I want to see. That's what I'm looking for. So, yeah, I want the story. I don't want wokeism pushed in down my throat. I hate that. People don't like getting forced to told to do something or to follow something a certain way because that's not what they want from this. They want an actual story.
version resemble her animated counterpart as much as possible. But the bob that they gave her is so short with no volume that it just doesn't look very flattering. And I've seen it compared to Lord Farquaad, Dora the Explorer, Charles Dickens, and Willy Wonka.
I'll give him Willy Wonka, but Charles Dickens here I think was longer. I mean, look at this. They could have gone with that hairstyle. People would have been fine with it. I mean, even the AI version of the Snow White, with her having the longer hair, she looked way better with the longer hair. Honestly, I think they purposely trying to make this that haircut style. I mean, come on now. How many of you think they're purposely trying to make it fail, or be so bad that they just want the attention? But what happened is, you got the Daily Wire stepped on their toes while they're doing this, and guess what? They're coming out with one, and now they have different movies by two different companies. Now it's a race. See who gets the better views. And from what I'm seeing, the Daily Wire has the win on this one so far. Until the movie comes out, you won't know. I think they should do it in theaters versus Snow White in theaters. This way we can get an actual volume of people going and we could see it. And I think if they went to theaters with the Snow White and the Evil, they would beat out Snow White. Yeah, I really believe that. But that's my personal opinion. So that's what they should do. I think Disney and Daily Wire, the collab, and on this, because if Disney gave the money to the Daily Wire to get that movie up, they can get a profit off it. I'm not lying. If they did that and got a profit off both movies, Disney would be in a better position, and so will the Daily Wire. Plus, they would have the better graphics. And honestly, they need the better graphics for the Daily Wire. Personal opinion.
If they weren't going to commit to the 1930s style curls that inspired Snow White's hair in the original film, I feel like they could have faked the shape with a snood, which might have helped her outfit look a bit more luxe and historical as well. Plus, with a snood, her hair could actually be long, so you could have her have a different look once she's run away from the queen. Now, Snow White's color palette isn't as easy to play around with as some of the other princesses, but I feel like they leaned into all of the worst parts.
They did, look, in the original, they had a red bow. She doesn't have a red bow. Hello.
Of her outfit in the live action. I actually don't mind the bodice, even if the collar's shape is a bit too stiff for my tastes, but that damn fluorescent tulle skirt gives me a migraine every time I see it. I'm guessing it was meant to make her appear more playful and fun, just like her red ballerina shoes, but it just looks cheap and childish.
That's because they went cheap and childish with this whole costume.
Also, I really don't want people to try and pin this on Rachel Zegler, because there are multiple times where she's looked like a real-life princess.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. The costume design they did with her is horrible. Yeah, sure, she looked great in some, but the costumes themselves are horrible. You're gonna update stuff, at least put on some decent costumes for the characters. Come on now, costumes are horrible.
Disney just did her dirty. Everyone has been so focused on the casting of...
Right? I gotta agree with there. Disney did do her dirty. I'm a 100% agreement on that. They could have... This movie could have been a lot better. But Rachel Zegler opened her mouth and ruined her relationship with Disney. She badmouth the original, which is a beloved friggin' classic. And it's the one that made the company. I mean, come on now. If he's gonna badmouth something that made a company, they should have thrown her out right then and there, in my opinion, and cast somebody else. And two, and two, nobody wants the force feed of the woke. No, I that is killing a lot of stuff. Okay.
Snow White, but I feel like there's no mention of the real weak link of the cast, Gal Gadot. Other Disney live-action remakes have...
How are you gonna say she's the weak link? I mean, come on now. She's not the weak link. The weak link is Rachel, or Rachel. I can't even say her name right now. It's the other one that's the weak link. From what I'm hearing, you're a fan of the other one. So, yeah, you're going to say it's the other one that's weak link.
have literally had Oscar-nominated actresses as their antagonists in the past. Angelina Jolie as Maleficent, Cate Blanchett as Lady Tremaine, Emma Stone and Glenn Close as Cruella, and Helena Bonham Carter as the Red Queen. Meanwhile, Gal Gadot's claim to fame is a few appearances in Fast and Furious and Wonder Woman.
I need you to give me the stone!
Even if you just compare the other evil queens we've seen put to screen, like Charlize Theron, Julia Roberts, Miranda Richardson, and Sigourney Weaver, her portrayal looks flat and uninteresting. Her voice doesn't even have as much charisma as the original. Once again,
Okay, yeah, I gotta agree with the charisma. I agree. But the costume she's wearing really didn't suit the character. But look at the costume in the story. They emphasized the facial expressions and stuff when they created this cartoon. It can't say that they didn't do that. In the live action, unless I gotta say, it makes no sense for the person that can't emphasize that in those roles. And that's what they did in both roles. I'm sorry, but they definitely did make the actress. They did them dirty for this movie. I'm gonna say they did them both dirty.
understand that they're
Right? That was the evil queen. Okay, that one I can shoot. Yep. Let's go ahead and share that because just a quick. Honestly, I think it's gonna flop. I'll be honest. Oh, dude. Which means they want to show off diversity, but then they're erasing diversity. You see what the contradiction is? That's the problem with what's going on in this. They're trying to erase white culture, period. That's what it's come down to. Even though it's Oh, it's just getting a lot. And a share right now. I don't even need for posting it. Oh, I wonder if I got any more. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. She left a comment on my. Oh, okay. Mighty ass. Yeah, I am. There's no argument there. Ugh. I'm gonna repost this. Go ahead. Let's see this. Oh, go ahead and follow them back. Follow these. Well, it has a heart next to it, so I guess I like. I will follow them too. But I'm just gonna post like I did. I mean, nobody cares what that person. At least I don't. Oh. No, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Wait, we didn't finish? Hold on, let's open it up again. I think I screwed that up.
Hey guys, it's Misha and welcome back to my channel. So, the newest trailer for Snow White has singing. It was like love at first sight. I can look up a video. Let's watch it. Here, I was right. She's singing. She sees him. She's surprised. She goes back inside. He's singing. She's singing now, so she's happy. They're both in love. And then also, there's this maybe an amazing singer. I don't know. I haven't seen anything, with her in it. I'm sure she's great because, she was casted. I'm sure she's a fantastic actress and singer. But it's hard to believe that the evil queen is jealous of Snow White's beauty in this film. And I'm not the only one who seems to think this. If you could read the comments on this trailer.
I look at you, and I just want to be the fairest of them all.
The queen is evil. You must flee into the woods.
This is very historically accurate. Also, Germany in this time period, a lot of black people. The CGI looks so bad.
Hello? Is there anybody here?
You know, in the original Brother Grimm Snow White, her skin was described as being as white as snow. Also having very black hair, very red lips. All of those were not just random traits. They were central to her identity. I mean, her name, Snow White, comes from her skin being as white as snow. I am so sorry. Rachel Zegler does not fit that description. Create a new Disney princess so that you can showcase diverse talent without having to erase historical and cultural identity of the character. What is that?
It's a human.
What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost.
What is that? They could have easily made this into a horror movie.
I think they already did.
The Seven Dwarfs, they were originally going to cast like actual people, right? And they were going to make it very diverse, but then they decided to take a different approach because they didn't want to offend the dwarfism community. And the different approach means they took away that opportunity from actors with dwarfism. So instead, let's make them into these CGI nightmares. I can't imagine a child going into the theater and not crying or screaming when they see these things.
The Queen stole everything from all of us.
I'm gonna need your help.
I'm gonna be rooting for the Queen.
Or our kingdom.
The girl I meant to
This is our kingdom, and now we're here to take it back.
Did I frighten you?
Right. So, you know, Rachel is not just an odd casting choice. She has stirred up controversy in other ways as well. She has called the original story outdated, creepy, weird. Actually, a good fix would have been to include that solo poly hijabi amputee. You would have checked so many boxes with one character. Snow White represents everything that is evil. She is white. She is heterosexual. She is feminine. She gets saved by the prince. This is very wrong. She has to become the prince. And Rachel Zegler has made it clear that this film is going to be different. She's going to be a girl boss. She doesn't need to be saved by a man. This is going to be about her personal growth and leadership.
You said you were bringing a modern edge to it on stage. What do you mean by that?
So they're just going to destroy a whole classic. Force feed you crap that doesn't work. That's my personal opinion. It does not work. I mean, look at all these TikTokers complaining on TikTok about their dating life. All they do is go after Chad. They smash, and they don't get a relationship. And then when they hit 35, they get a guy. I wonder why. Oh. Basically what they're saying they're doing to
a leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true. And so it's just a really incredible story for, I think, young people everywhere to see.
No, it's not. No, I disagree. It's a total hypocritical story for young people everywhere. Because what you're teaching them is not completely true.
Themselves in.
Snow White is running for president.
I'm launching my
And you would lose horribly.
campaign. I am.
Slight foreshadowing there, because then she became so politically involved, had so much to say about the election, about we should know peace. Again, very princess-like, beautiful behavior. But yeah, she goes on to say this.
There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her.
And once again, you gotta look at the time period. See, that's the problem. Everything's accessible today. There is no need for people to go out and look for you, like back in the. And then, yeah, going off topic.
Weird. Wrong. I don't know what she's talking about. Now, I'll admit, I haven't seen Snow White for what, like 10 years ago I watched it. But I don't remember it being weird. I think she was singing right at the well, and then he started singing. It was like love at first sight. I can look up a video. Let's watch it. Here, I was right. She's singing. She sees him. She's surprised. She goes back inside. He's singing. She's singing now, so she's happy. They're both in love. And then also, there's this whole thing about the kiss not being consensual because she was in this, death sleep situation because she ate that poisoned apple. Here, he kisses her to break the spell, and it's lacking consent. Well, maybe because she's dead, basically. He's kissing her goodbye. Everyone thinks she's dead. Would you prefer her die? Because look, he kisses her.
And that's totally true. It was a kiss goodbye. That saved her life. It wasn't even a kiss, romantic kiss. The kiss goodbye. Yeah, I mean, are people stupid? He doesn't know that she's still alive. Nobody knew that she was still alive. They thought she was dead. That's why they put her like that. They had a glass casket. Come on.
She wakes up and she looks happy. I wonder in the movie, are they gonna Me Too it? She's gonna get up and say, well, yeah, you saved my life, but I didn't consent. Or with Sleeping Beauty, if they do another movie, she's not gonna wake up because consent wasn't given. Or Cinderella. They shouldn't do the glass slipper thing because ableism. Some people don't have feet. So yeah, what they did with Snow White here is another example of Disney trying to fix something that wasn't broken. And it's only going to get worse and worse until they realize that when you go woke, you go broke. Classic stories like Snow White are timeless for a reason. No amount of unnecessary reinvention can replace what made those stories so popular in the first place. And that's all for today's video, guys. Let me know what you think about this new trailer in the comments below. Also remember to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye.
I like her point of view. Totally accurate. I'm not even subscribed to her, but just seen it. Oh no, you probably may have seen part of it, but yeah, I just subscribed to that. Totally accurate, 100%. And they wonder why people are like, no. Okay, let's.
At least Brett Cooper looks like Snow White in this promo, whereas you can't really say the same thing about Rachel Zegler.
It's really not about the love story at all, which is really, really wonderful. And whether or not she finds love along the way is anybody's guess until 2024.
We are attempting something huge. We're going up against Disney. We have our critics, but we have passion and we have a mission in mind that is bigger than just this.
Rachel Zegler's fiery reaction to Brett Cooper's Snow White trailer is making waves. But what's really behind her frustration? Is Disney's live-action remake falling apart while another Snow White movie steals the spotlight? And why are fans rallying behind Brett Cooper's version as the true heir to this timeless classic? Keep watching as we jump into the controversies, the heated fan debates, and the surprising details that could change everything you thought you knew about this fairy tale face-off. It's been over 85 years since Walt Disney captivated audiences with the timeless magic of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Yet, she's also a popular YouTube personality and a prominent member of the Daily Wire family, which includes figures like Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring, and Candace Owens. Brett's career journey is far from typical. She started with a small role as an extra in the Hollywood film Parental Guidance, but soon decided to pursue a different path. Today, Brett is best known for her YouTube channel, The Comment Section with Brett Cooper, where she shares her insights on political, cultural, and societal issues with her audience of over 4.51 million subscribers. Her direct engagement with fans has made her a voice for those who appreciate her candid commentary on a variety of topics. Beyond her YouTube presence, Brett has also appeared in films like Bobby M. Dill, and 500 Fireflies. And from the teaser released for Snow White and the Evil Queen, it's clear that she's not only an actress, but also a talented singer. With Brett Cooper leading Snow White and the Evil Queen, the Daily Wire's adaptation offers fans an alternative to Disney's controversial live-action version.
Yeah, and I think that one's going to do better than. That's my personal opinion. And you got to understand, she left the Daily Wire now. So it may or may not happen with that movie that they were doing. I have no. It depends on what happens. Personally, I hope they bring her in for that movie, get that movie, because I was looking forward to it. Believe it or not. Yeah, I know. I actually wanted to see a live action because I can't watch the old movie. It's old. It's because it's so far outdated. I mean, even if it was just an animated remake of it, to update it to newer graphics, I would have watched it. Just because it's the newer graphics. That's what I want. And what people don't know, there's a whole nother storyline that wasn't covered in the original movie. And it was on the prince's side of him and Snow White. So yeah. I found that out by watching these videos. I didn't even know about it until someone else brought it up, that there was actually more to it than came out. They should have remade it with that in it this time, to showcase what their relationship. Because if you watch the cartoon, I don't even remember most of the scenes with the prince in it. I remember the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and that's about it. Because I don't think I've ever seen the whole movie because of it. It's okay, and I would like to see the movie, but I can't do it. Old style graphics. Okay, it just doesn't click because I rather have newer, even if it was completely animated through graphics. I would go watch it when it came out. Not in the movie theater, but streaming. I'd look it up and watch it that way. But on the other hand, the live action, I go see it in the movie theater. I don't even watch most movies nowadays. I haven't even seen Deadpool and Wolverine. And I'm a fan of both characters. Not the actors, the characters. Well, Ryan Reynolds does a great Deadpool. Everybody knows it. Wolverine was done by him, but I'm not a fan of. Well, he did a great one when he first started doing. But there's something lacking in my personal. And I couldn't say what it is. Not what it is. But yeah,
Brett's dedication to staying true to the original fairy tale values and her enthusiasm for the role has generated excitement among fans. In fact, she even shared a video reacting to the trailer and talking about her role, addressing some of the questions and concerns fans have had since the announcement of the new Snow White movie. With her passion and commitment to the source material, it's clear that Brett and the Daily Wire are delivering a version of Snow White that honors the classic story in a way that resonates with fans who are disappointed by Disney's changes. In her video, Brett responded to a TikTok post from fellow YouTuber Ryan Connell, who discussed the growing demand for entertainment that avoids political agendas. Ryan emphasized how important it is for content to stay true to its roots without leaning into propaganda. Brett expressed her agreement, admitting that she didn't expect the announcement, adding her own take on how this movie's direction respects what audiences are craving entertainment that's genuine and not influenced by.
That's the whole thing right there. They want genuine story. They want this genuine story. They don't want this propaganda bullshit that the woke side's putting into it.
Outside forces.
expecting this announcement. At least Brett Cooper looks like Snow White in this promo, whereas you can't really say the same thing about Rachel Zegler. You know, it'd be one thing if Snow White turned around and put a MAGA hat on or some bullshit. That's not, people don't want propaganda on the other side. They just want propaganda-free entertainment.
It's Hollywood, baby. And that really is the main point. We're not trying to turn Snow White into something that it's not. We're not trying to turn Snow White into a MAGA conservative movie. We're just trying to represent the values that Snow White is based on.
As the video continued, Brett...
And that's what everybody's going for. They don't want MAGA, and they don't want woke. They just want the story. The story. That's what they're going to the movies for. And when they're shoving this bullshit down your throat because they want to change your opinion, guess what? It's going in the opposite direction because the other side is not cramming that shit down your throat. And all they're doing is making people not want to go to the
also responded to another TikTok video from a user who pointed out that Snow White and the Evil Queen wasn't trying to cater to woke audiences, something Brett fully agreed with. She emphasized how refreshing it is to see a project that stays true to its core values and doesn't bow to the pressures of modern trends, keeping the focus on the timeless themes of friendship, magic, and inner beauty.
You're right, we don't give a crap about being woke, but more importantly, our creative team actually gives a crap about the source material. They want to tell the original story with the values and the themes that made the Grimm brothers fairy tale so famous and important to be.
Brett took the opportunity.
And right there, she tells you, it's going off the Grimm brothers. You know, the Grimm stories. So that's the source material they're going off of. And it's great, because that's the original storyline that Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was based off of.
To highlight the key values that will form the core of Snow White and the Evil Queen. She stressed that the film would focus on themes of friendship, courage, inner beauty, and the power of true love, staying faithful to the original story's message. Brett emphasized how these timeless values are not only integral to the tale but are still incredibly relevant in today's world, offering an alternative to the shifting narratives in modern adaptations.
Values like love and kindness and friendship and inner beauty versus vanity and romance, for Pete's sake, because apparently that's missing in 2023. Weird. No!
Brett also took a moment to address a significant comment regarding her appearance in the film, particularly the choice of Snow White's long hair. Unlike Disney's animated version, which had Snow White sporting a short bob, Brett pointed out that the original Grimm illustrations consistently depicted...
This didn't had nothing to do with that. You literally made something else and stole the title and put it on it. That's what you did. You didn't stick true to the story, that the classic that everybody is wanting to see. That's where everything went wrong. But they don't seem to understand.
Sounds great. Here's our Snow White.
By 2030, it's predicted that 45% of women will be unmarried and childless. And why do you think that is? Well, it's because we've been told that, men are trash and that our career is the only thing that matters and that marriage and children will inhibit that, which is unnatural. That is biologically unnatural for women.
That does sound great. What's happening is really bad, but the fact that our Snow White realizes that that's a problem and the girls actually do want a prince and they do want normal stuff, that's a good sign. Disney is obviously reacting to the Daily Wire announcement that we will be releasing our version side by side with theirs. And Disney is also reacting to the terrible reaction that their remake has been getting among the public. And then the final nail in the coffin of this remake's release came by way of South Park just last week.
Everyone I cared about has been systematically replaced. And
This is what I want to share. Oh, this is what I was talking about, South Park getting involved in this. Yeah, this is fucking awesome. And this is what people were, what I was talking about. This is what people were talking about.
finally, I want to scream, and I'm like,
why are they replacing every single character with someone who is diverse? But then Kenny's like, it's not our fault, it's because of Kathleen Kennedy. But then Kathleen Kennedy's just like, make it more lame. And everyone in town is like, no, please, Kathleen Kennedy, stop ruining everything. But Kathleen Kennedy is all like, put another gay diverse woman in it, make it more lame. And the Disney stock just keeps going down and down and down. And then Bob Iger is all like, no, what's going on with my stocks? No, Kathleen Kennedy.
No, make it more lame. That is exactly what they're doing. And that is why we hate the diversity, equity, and inclusion casting and writing in movies. We don't hate it for the reason that the libs think. It's not that we conservatives, or forget conservatives, that we normal people are opposed to diversity exactly. What we oppose is dishonesty. The reason that we don't like it when Hollywood replaces every white guy with indigenous black lesbian pygmies is that that is not how the world really works. In the real world, not every white man is an idiot or a villain. Most white guys are actually pretty decent fellas. In the real world, not every woman or person of color or other type of self-styled aggrieved minority is perfect. Some of them, believe it or not, actually have complexity of character. In the real world, not every single romantic couple is interracial. It happens. I'm not opposed to it when it does. Some of my best friends are interracial couples, but it's rare. I looked it up. It's like 8% of marriages. In movies and TV today, it's like 80%. In the real world, most people don't consider themselves gay or in the real world. Conservatives, believe it or not, are not always ignorant, stupid, malevolent hicks. Sometimes those things happen, so it's fine to depict it sometimes. But the problem with the new representation in Hollywood is that it doesn't represent reality. More often than not, it totally flips reality. And that is super duper lame. And so people tune.
This guy. Yeah, we want some realism. And yes, he is right that that realism is not shown in Hollywood anymore or in Disney anymore. And that's the cause of the so-called problems that are arising. It's because they're taking the minority and saying it's the majority when it's not. And that is the problem that we're facing. It's not that we're against it. It's just that they're trying to force it. That is the problem. Don't force something that doesn't need to be forced. People are accepting it all the time. I mean, yeah, we accept it. But just because you disagree with me, don't say I'm something I'm not. That's what's that is what's going on. And that's why the issues are compounding. If people would realize that they're compounding an issue that wasn't an issue to begin with until they made it into an issue, what's the problem? I mean, some of the stuff, yeah, it needed to be spoke about. Definitely did. And I'm not going to bring those up. And other stuff is like, what? It's literally like, what? If you didn't say anything, it wouldn't have been an issue. That's what I'm getting at. A lot of the issues today are issues because people who wanted to fight against the issue actually made the issue worse. Because up until that point, it probably wasn't an actual issue. That's what the problem.
And the fantasists out, and they start to tune into alternatives. Right now, go to preborn.com/Knowles. Did you know that Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, was a eugenicist? Well, if not, I would recommend you look into her background. When you see the disproportionate number of abortion clinics located in black neighborhoods, it says it all. Thankfully, Preborn exists to bring mothers and babies together by providing free ultrasounds and many other amazing resources to expecting mothers. All services are free,
God.
and don't just take my word for it.
So I got on the internet sobbing. It was a cry for prayer for God. I was sobbing.
My word for it. Listen to this powerful testimonial.
I was sobbing. It was
Us, the pro-life community, to stand up for the babies and mothers who need our help. A baby or kids, they don't want to see a bunch of sex and stuff. What's wrong with these kids? They don't. Zoomers want fewer sex scenes, NWLES. There is a poll that is surprising some people, but not me, that shows that Gen Z, the Zoomers, want fewer sex scenes in movies and TV. What's wrong with these kids? They don't want to see a bunch of sex and
There's nothing wrong with that one. At all. Is what he's getting at.
stuff? No, they don't. You fuddy-duddy kids. You can just hear the voice of Gen X and the boomers and maybe even the millennials now. You can hear that voice of the perpetually cool, you know, everyone from the Woodstock generation down to my own generation. They say, man, you don't want to see sex? Man, sex is cool. You guys are square. Why? What do you mean? Why don't you want to see that? I'll tell you exactly why. So this poll finds that in a survey of 1,500 students, almost half of Zoomers aged 13 to 24 said sex is not needed for most TV shows and movies. A significant amount of people, 44%, said that romance is overused as a plot device. Why is that? Well, I'll give you a related note from that same study, and that might explain what's going on.
Okay, yeah. I didn't turn this on for this. I just wanted the Snow White stuff. Okay, let's see. We're gonna go with this one. Because
So whistle while you work.
Disney just dropped the first teaser for its live-action Snow White. And instead of casting a spell, it sparked an internet firestorm that's burning hotter than ever. Starring Rachel Zegler as the fairest of them all, and Gal Gadot as the wickedly glamorous evil queen.
yeah, sorry about the other one because I didn't know it was gonna change like that. I just thought it was the one about this. This is what I find interesting. Okay, yeah. So this is what I'm watching right now. I mean, there's other stuff I've been watching as well, but that's a totally different stuff. It's like, yeah, that's totally something.
The trailer was supposed to be a magical moment. Unveiled at Disney's D23 Expo with all the glitz and glam of a Hollywood premiere, fans expected to be enchanted. Zegler looked every bit the princess, serenading us with Whistle While You Work, while Gadot oozed villainous charm as she demanded, "Who's the fairest of them all?"
Who's the fairest one of all?
But just when it seemed like Disney was set for another fairy tale triumph, the 7 CGI dwarfs appeared, and Rachel revealed they were changing up the story completely. You best believe the internet collectively lost its mind, and the backlash was fierce. Instead of basking in the glow of Disney magic, Zegler then was caught in the middle of an online disaster that was only getting messier. Flash forward to D23 2024, when Zegler took center stage to unveil her Snow White reimagining, hoping to win over the critics. But instead of fairy dust, she got hit with the stuff of nightmares. A social media storm.
And that's what happened. I mean, that's literally what happened. Got hit with this storm, and she doubled down instead of trying to see different points of view. Just straight, y'all are wrong. Instead of saying, "Oh, why is everyone mad?"
You see, the trailer, featuring Gal Gadot as the gloriously wicked evil queen, and those infamous CGI dwarfs, left fans feeling more meh than magic. And just like that, the haters came out in full force. But
it doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. You're gonna get haters. You're gonna get haters. That's just the way it is. In entertainment day. It's because you got, like, I got X. I don't have Instagram. I don't have TikTok. I don't do those. I got X. And I thought about opening, but I don't see a point. I'm thinking about opening one. Upgrade my stuff so I can get more. I look at TikTok and I'm like, nah, no, dude. That is just full of haters. Left and right. I mean, really, it's left and right on there of nothing but haters. And I get enough. No, I don't get it. Check it. I have enough question. Like, this person, I don't even think they're a hater. I think they're just got their own opinion. That's fine. Hey, anywhere else? No one else has liked or disliked the post yet. As you can see, I was getting, I got a follow, I got a like, I got another like, I got the hate from one person. I got a follow. Did I follow this person? Or I didn't follow. I got a follow. Oh shit. I didn't pick that up. I got a follow. I got a like, I got a like, I got a like. Same person, lied again. Good, I hope kicks his whiny ass. Unfortunately, I don't know what she's referring to. Like, what are you referring to? And if you liked it, I followed. Every so often I'll go through, I'll get rid of a bunch of people I don't even know and I don't even talk to. That's what I do. Especially on my YouTube. Yes, I do have a YouTube channel. It's my gaming, so it's because all it is play at my. And yeah, that's what I do.
But the story doesn't end there. In the midst of the Snow White shade, one particularly vile troll decided to take things way too far when he said someone should just end Zegler's life. Of course, given how serious that statement.
That statement is not funny no matter who you hate. That is not, I don't condone that. That is totally out of line. I'm sorry. If anyone says that, they're total dickheads. You shouldn't be saying that to anybody.
Twitter quickly yanked the post for violating its guidelines. But not before Zegler saw it. And boy oh boy did she deliver a clapback worthy of Broadway itself. She just simply tweeted back saying, "Fun fact, I will be dying 8 times a week on Broadway this fall. Get your tickets, Lee." Oh.
That's a good one. That is a good one. That's a good one.
Did we mention she's set to star alongside Heartstopper heartthrob Kit Connor in the upcoming revival of Romeo and Juliet? Now, Zegler's fans...
I hope they actually, I hope the best of luck for her. I've never heard of the guy. The only reason I've even heard of her was because of this.
Rallied around their queen, flooding her feed with love and virtual hugs. Some people called her a champ, while others said, "Never stop being you." In any case, it seems Zegler had all the support she needed, while the other half of the world...
Look, she is better looking with long hair. I like long hair. So yeah, doesn't look that good at all. She definitely looks better. with
kept
long hair.
firing at her. But the thing is, many people's dislike for the actress isn't something new. It's actually a response that has built up after quite some time. In fact, the backlash reached a point where the actress was being talked about even on news channels for her insufferable attitude.
But you don't seemingly like your own character, so she comes off as an insufferable, whiny brat, and that's why people are so annoyed.
You see, when
And that is true. That is what people are annoyed about, is the insufferable whiny brat stuff. Yeah. And it's not just that. It's the woke stuff being shoved down your throat when there's no need.
Disney dropped the bombshell in 2021 that Rachel Zegler would be donning the crown as Snow White, but instead of celebrating this fresh take on a classic, some folks went full troll. And they've
That's gonna happen whenever you change the character in some way. That's gonna happen. I mean, that's fact. It's going to happen, especially with the older crowd wanting the 1937 version. And then you got to think about the Grimm version, which is even older, which was already changed for the 1937 version. I gotta say, the 1937 version took the happily ever after part and ran with it. That's what made it the classic that you see today. And people forget this. It's happily ever after that made Disney. And what they're doing now is not the happily ever after, it's the boss girl woke bullshit that's causing them to lose money faster than anything else, and their movies flop. That is what's killing it. I mean, think about Ghostbusters that came out with the female actress. It was a comedy with bad comedy for one. I seen the trailers for it and I was like, and I didn't even see anything online. I didn't even look online. I just seen the trailers and didn't want to go see that movie. That's all it took for me, because I was like, I seen what they were doing. I was like, honestly, I think that's disgusting. Remember when she licks the guns? I was like, that was disgusting. To me, that was disgusting. Why would you do that? Right? What? There was no point in that. That made it for a bad comedy.
began throwing shade at Zegler's casting for not being white enough to play the princess with skin as white as snow. Apparently in the 21st century, a little diversity in fairy tales is still too much for some people to handle. The online uproar was as ugly as the evil queen's jealousy, with critics fixated on Zegler's Polish-Colombian roots rather than her star power. Haters questioned why an actress of Latin descent should dare to play a role that's been locked in the Disney vault since 1937.
That's because they're trying to modernize it and they went too far. That's all they did. That's the biggest problem. They went too far with it. They didn't take into account the people that love that movie and want to see it again.
But Zegler, proving she's every bit the princess Disney knew she was, didn't let the trolls rain on her parade. Instead, she took to X to shut down the nonsense with grace and a side of sass. She wrote, "I really, truly do not want to see it," alongside throwback pics of herself as a little girl dressed as, you guessed it, a princess. Turns out this queen has been slaying the royal game since day one.
Until she opened her mouth and said that she only watched it once. And scared of it and never watched it again until recently. And that she hated the movie.
And with a final mic drop, Zegler added that she hoped every child out there believes they could be a princess if they wanted to be. While that claim...
Well, yeah, that was the whole point of this thing to begin with.
Name seems cute and all, some people just aren't having it. In fact, many people have come out and said Rachel's version of Snow White is just too woke. Especially since Zegler said they changed up the original story because being saved by Prince Charming was just too old-fashioned.
I just
Same shit every time. I mean, these are the only comments they're bringing up for the most part. And this is why it's in the tank right now, because of what she said. It's not that it's, well, yeah, it is too woke, but that's because it's not the time yet to go in that direction. They thought it was, but it wasn't. Yeah, there's going to be a time for that, but now it's going in another direction, I'll say. If you think about it, yeah, sure, they want to go here, but now, today's day and age, they're going back there, but in a different way. It go on like these TikToks. Women are always saying they want a traditional man without him being a traditional man. They say it all the time, and it's really annoying because men are like, say this, but if we do this, do that. It kind of deal. Because, well, that's a different topic. Let's get back to this.
I mean that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince.
Gone was the damsel in distress waiting for her prince to show up with a kiss. Instead, this Snow White is all about setting her own terms, wielding power and dreaming about leadership, not true love.
The fact that she's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's the proactive one, and she's the one who set the terms, is what makes it so relevant.
But Zegler didn't.
I mean, yes and no. You're taking a classic story, which is makes that a no. A yes for modern day, but you're not blending the together. I mean, people aren't going there for modern day. They're going there for the story. That's the problem.
Stop there! She became a full feminist icon and emphasized that this new Snow White is about embracing a woman's power in the modern world.
Excuse me. Okay, so I have a problem with feminism today because it's totally ruining the dating scene. Because, well, yeah, it's actually having the opposite effect of what they want.
The cartoon was made 85 years ago, and therefore it's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power.
Now, if you thought the evil queen's jealousy was fierce, it's nothing compared to the backlash that followed. Social media erupted with cries of "too woke" as anti-woke accounts and conservative media outlets like the Daily Wire
This is what happens when you take a classic story, alter it to fit an agenda that it was never meant to fit. And then everything gets misconstrued, gets totally bombarded by two different sides, and it screws up the whole thing. I mean, you can say liberal this, conservative that, and both of them be wrong. Both of them. What people want is the story. One says it's the story, I would have to agree. one says modernization. Um, but you got to do a mix of both. You don't just change the whole story because you want to make it too woke, for instance, or too conservative, for instance. You want to find a balance for the day and age. You got to find a balance for today's day and age. Maybe introduce a new character. And people don't like that either. But who cares? It's a new character. This way you get to keep the original story with a little twist. That would have been better to me. The original story with a slight twist and you're good to go. But no. They want to change the whole story. That defeats the purpose of a live action remake. It defeated the purpose of it. White talked to were the little guys that were around her, which was the 7 little dwarfs. You know what I'm saying? It's an old story. I mean, the whole thing is the story about this time before technology. Today's day and age, you don't have to constantly go see them. And before that, you would text them, or in today's day and age, you would text them. You want to hang out? No? Okay, cool. Sit there, you talk on the phone, you talk on FaceTime, you talk any other way. And most of the time, FaceTime is on the phone. So you didn't have to go see the person in person. Back then, you had to go in person to see and talk to this person. And the distance was huge back then. Talk about rural America, and that's still smaller than back then. That's what it comes down to. I mean, think about it. None of today's technology was there. So, back then, it was the only way to communicate was to go there. So, it was normal. Today, if you just keep showing up like that, you're going to be considered a stalker when you got a phone. See my point?
So we didn't do that this time.
From here on out,
That was a minor adaptation that didn't need to be put in there. That's my point. We didn't do it this time. Oh, yeah, that takes away from the story of a time when before cell phones. That was the only form of communication besides mail carrier. Get my point?
online outrage was crazy, with critics declaring Zeg.
And I don't even think they had really big. They had Messenger. Scratch that. Messenger, not mail carriers. Messenger. They would literally have to have someone physically go to that person's place, give them a message, and vice versa. They would have to send another messenger back with the return message. Or they would give it to that messenger by telling them to hold on. And they would have to sit around waiting for this guy or girl to write a message, to hand it to them, to then go bring it back to the other person that they had just left with the message and had to ride a horse, if not walk, to get to the destination. So you're not talking minutes, seconds. You're talking hours, possibly days for a message. And if you think about the distance and the mode of travel, the fastest was horse. And it could take, depending on how far away a person, take months for just one way to get that message. See what I'm saying? totally different. Totally different. So if you wanted to go see that person, you had to either travel far or live close by. Go see him every day just to talk. And if you look at how it was done, talking maybe a 6-hour trip one way. To be close enough to go and talk to that person. So when you go there and talk for a while and leave so you can get back before it gets dark out. Because they weren't outside at night. It was the most terrifying part of the whole thing was at the nighttime. You can't see much. Especially in woods. Fuck no, you can't see shit. It's almost pitch black. Almost. Not completely. Almost. I lived in the middle of the woods growing up. And I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, how black it was. I could make out the outline of the road from the moonlight. And luckily, I could guess where I'm going. I knew where I was going because I lived there, right? But if the moon wasn't out, it was pitch black. I'm telling you. And animals at night scurrying in next to you in the woods scares the shit out of you. I'll tell you that right now. I have no idea what it was. I heard a noise and I took off running. Because I didn't know if it was vicious, a raccoon, a skunk. I don't know. Skunks are vicious. They are. I remember walking home from a friend's place, and I walked there during the day because at the time I didn't have a car. And I decided to walk home. It was in the middle of the night, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm going to go home." And I just got up and left, started walking, and I'm not talking like 1 or 2 miles. I'm talking like 5-6 miles one way. So I was walking home and I see a family of skunks because the roads were lit up because of lights. And I'm like, okay, they're on the other side. I'm going to keep going. They crossed the road to come after me. They literally crossed the road to come after me. I was like, I didn't do nothing to you. I took off running from these things. I was a cross-country runner at the time, so running long distance a big deal for me. But I took off running. And I had to cross the road just to get away from them because they crossed the road to get to me. Cut me off. They seen me and cut me off. When they did that, I ran across the road because and then they came across the road again after. Like, fuck no. And I took off running. Back then, it wasn't that bad out. I mean, I went back not too long ago and holy shit, I wouldn't be caught dead at night rocking in. Okay, let's get back.
A walking PR disaster for Disney. Over on TikTok, user at Ruben Woodall racked up over 1.3 million likes after blasting Disney for trying to turn Snow White into a girl boss. According to Woodall, the whole point of Snow White's tale isn't about leadership or feminism, and he questioned why every reimagining has to be that the woman is in a position of power, otherwise it's not feminist. Now, he wasn't the only one who was sharpening his pitchfork. Even David Hand, the son, couldn't resist chiming in. In a scathing interview with the Daily Telegraph, Hand called Disney's reboot a disgrace and accused the studio of showing no respect for the classic his father helped create. It was quite clear many people were getting offended by the blatant change in the story. But one of the biggest voices around misrepresentation in the movie came from Peter Dinklage. The Game of Thrones star didn't mince words when he slammed Disney for their
Oh god, Dick. He's a great actor. Don't get me wrong, but how are you gonna say it's backward? You cost an ad all you want, as long as it's a good story. People like to it and whatnot. A lot of people don't understand that today. Over here, popped up. That is the guy. Oh, that's the guy. Oh, I'm already following. So yeah, nothing new. This is actually
The Queen was played by Anne Francine, who spends most of the marriage ceremony looking as evil as ever, not really making much of an effort to conceal her villainy. The King comes off as hilariously oblivious, something we'd see in other Disney movies later on.
One thing I pride myself on, Jafar, I'm an excellent judge of character.
Oh, excellent judge, yes, sure. Not.
Another
Well, yeah. They have to start making them because otherwise, how are these people going to get into and be able to do? And it's and they're doing it in the open, which what they're getting at. People are literally open, not getting caught. How can get away with it? Oh, I know now. It's because y'all are letting them.
Another detail that is expanded on is Snow White acting as a servant for the Queen. In this version, the King does not die, so the Queen orders her lady-in-waiting, Luna, played by Yolande Bavan, to take her to an impoverished village and put her to work there, lying to the King that Snow White has traveled to see Khitan instead. The Queen vows to make a hag of Snow White, which of course sets up ironic foreshadowing for the Queen's later disguise. The witch version of the Queen was played by Charles Hall, who also voiced the show's Magic Mirror. In a television special filmed in 1987 for the film's 50th anniversary, the Queen was played by Jane Curtin. Here she casts a spell on Grumpy to sow the seeds of discord among the dwarves, spitefully wanting to convince them to retire from being dwarves, I guess. With the help of the special's host, Dick Van Dyke, the dwarves are, of course, convinced to keep being, dwarves. Sure. Other live-action reinterpretations of the Queen include Regina, played by Laura Parrilla for the Once Upon a Time series, and a version seen in the first Descendants movie, played by Kathy Najimy. This movie franchise focused more on her daughter Evie, played by Sophia Carson, and the other villain offsprings. The 7D cartoon offers a fun, cartoony reimagining of the Snow White world, focusing on the Seven Dwarfs. The Queen has been replaced by a witch named Hildy Gloom, voiced by Kelly Osbourne, and her husband Grim Gloom, voiced by Jess Harnell. Their names, of course, being a reference to Grimhilda. With Hildy being a temperamental spoiled brat, and Grim being her dim-witted yes-man who doesn't come off as nearly as evil, the Glooms remind me a bit of Team Rocket from the Pokemon anime. Just imagine if Jesse and James were married, and you'll get the idea. Of course, you'd also have to imagine that James was straight, which would take a lot of brain straining, but that's what hypothetical situations are for.
And we see this earlier to tell here about her backstory. Actually, I like this one. This actually giving a good explanation. I'm going to. That looks cool as hell. I don't care what anybody said. That looked cool as hell. I'm gonna post that one. Nope. My dear. Hell? I have no idea. Your stuntman. Okay. Yeah, we'll get out of this. Back to it.
In the printed world, 2 separate books were written about the Queen's backstory, 2009's Fairest of Them All, and 2019's Mirror Mirror. As I said in previous videos, there are thousands of Disney comic stories out there, and although the majority focus on classic characters like Mickey, Donald, and Scrooge, there are plenty of movie-based ones as well. Interestingly, the Queen's appearances in the comics seem to vary on the country they originate from. The comics that have been written in the United States have her appear almost exclusively in her witch form. There is rarely any reference to her royal status, and she appears to have lost her castle, instead often seen operating from an old shack or an abandoned dungeon. She continues to torment Snow White and the dwarves in these stories, but has also been seen going after other characters like Chip and Dale, Tinkerbell, and Dumbo. A couple stories also introduced her wicked brother, who wanted to avenge her death, but was rarely ever used. Italian comic artist Romano Scarpa wrote a lengthy series of sequels to Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, expanding on their universe in a way that felt true to the original movie, but also had his own dark style with some cool occult imagery. The Queen was shown in her beautiful standard form in these stories, and in one tale, she was even approached by Jiminy Cricket, who offered to be her conscience. Jiminy, if you'll recall, appeared to always have a thing for human women, and was explicitly stated to harbor feelings for the Queen in this story. A handful of Scarpa Snow White stories were released a few years ago in English for the first time. I'll put an Amazon link in the video's description for the book, because it's a really enjoyable read, and I hope that if enough of us buy it, Disney will translate more of his stories. The Queen has made some appearances in video games as well. In the Disney Villain's Revenge computer game, for example, she and a few other bad guys get a chance to rewrite the endings to their stories, so they get their own twisted victories, and the player must team up with Jiminy Cricket to set things right. In the Snow White section, the Queen, voiced by Louise Chamis, has succeeded in poisoning the princess and capturing the 7 dwarfs. While she works on making 7 more poison apples to feed them, the player must use her magic potions to conjure up the prince to save the day. Time is of the essence, however, because as the player works on casting the right spell, the Queen will put the dwarves to sleep one by one. In Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, the Queen, voiced by Suzanne Blakesley, appears in the dwarves' woodlands world. Terra, one of the player characters, encounters her in her castle, where she agrees to help him on his quest to find his master Xehanort, if he brings her Snow White's heart, which Terra ultimately refuses to do. Later, another player character, Ventus, briefly encounters her as the witch, unaware of her evil nature. Rather surprisingly, the Queen is never battled in the game, instead dying off-screen. The Disney theme parks have also naturally provided a good home for the Queen, most frequently in Fantasyland. Her appearances in the Snow White Dark Ride over the years have given it a reputation for being one of the surprisingly scariest attractions in the Magic Kingdom, especially for young children. Snow White's adventures opened with the rest of Disneyland in 1955. The witch stalked the riders for the attraction's second half, appearing first as a shadow on the dungeon wall, then at her cauldron a moment later, working on the poison apple. She emerged from behind a column after that, offering the apple to riders, and offered it to them again in the doorway of the dwarf's cottage. Finally, the riders passed under her as she stood on a cliff, preparing to drop a boulder on them. Not counting her shadow, the witch appeared 4 times in the ride, while the dwarves and the forest animals appeared only once. Snow White didn't appear at all. Walt Disney World was not to be outdone, however, and when that park opened in 1971, their version of Snow White's adventures was even scarier, and the Queen/Witch appeared twice as many times. The dwarves and animal friends again only appeared once, and Snow White was once again a no-show. First, the Queen would peer down at you from her window as you entered her castle. Inside, she would be standing with her back to you facing the mirror. She would turn around as your car passed her, transforming into the witch. The effect was simple, but probably scared a lot of first-time riders, regardless of their age. The witch was next seen at her cauldron, and then came racing around the corner on her boat less than a moment later. The witch appeared to take a breather at this point, and the rider's journey continued through the haunted forest, with only scary trees and log alligators to menace them. However, the witch got her second wind and came back with a vengeance for the final section of the ride. Inside the dwarf's cottage, the witch appeared in the window, holding out the apple. The cars fled out of the cottage and back into the forest, where the witch could be seen cackling at them from a tree. The finale took place in the diamond mine, where the witch first tried to knock out a support beam to cause a cave-in. When this didn't work, she attempted to topple an enormous diamond onto the riders, and based on the cartoon star effects seen as they departed, it appeared that she actually succeeded. In this version of the ride, the witch was voiced by Ginny Tyler. There was no background music in the ride itself, and most of the soundtrack consisted of ambient noises and the witch's omnipresent cackling, giving riders the feeling that she was around every corner. And in fact, she often was. Later versions of the ride had Louise Chamis providing the voice. Both the California and Florida rides were very effective at being thrilling, maybe a little too effective. They would receive makeovers in the later years, Disneyland's in 1983 and Disney World's in 1994. These remade versions were still frightening to younger guests, but there was more of an effort to lighten things up and focus on Snow White herself and her friends. The figures of the witch were redone to make her look a little more like her movie counterpart. As you can see from the pictures and footage I've used of the original rides, her early figures didn't look 100% like the movie witch, instead almost feeling like weird foreign knockoffs. This was a case where the off-model cheapness actually enhanced the experience, with her wild hair and yellowish skin making her look even creepier. Tokyo Disney and Disneyland Paris would get their own Snow White attractions, which were based on the remodeled versions of the ride, now called Snow White's Scary Adventures, despite being, well, less scary. The Tokyo version, though, does retain some of the initial creepiness, and includes the ending with the witch appearing to kill you. In 2012, the Disney World version of Snow White's Scary Adventures closed to make way for Princess Fairy Tale Hall, but a new Snow White attraction opened nearby in 2014. The Seven Dwarfs Mine Train features only one appearance of the witch at the end, but the animatronic they used is pretty darn impressive. In Shanghai Disneyland, the Queen appears in an interactive walkthrough attraction called the Once Upon a Time Adventure. Guests see a CGI version of her appear in the magic mirror and then transform into the witch. They appear to be able to interact with her cauldron as well, although I haven't experienced it for myself, and it's a little hard to tell what's going on in most of the videos I found. One of the most interesting Disneyland appearances the witch made was in a few shops over the years. A life-sized witch figure was created for the windows of the Main Street Emporium in 1975, and the next year, she was given a small range of motion and dialogue. She was placed in a cage and would beg guests to let her out, promising to teach them spells if they did. The caged witch was moved around a few times, and was spotted in Le Baton Rouge in New Orleans Square and the Villain's Lair in Fantasyland over the years. Despite her being around until the early 2000s, I can find very few pictures or videos of the figure. I hope today she's safe in the archives, or is being used as a really great Halloween decoration somewhere. In 1987, a live show for Snow White's 50th anniversary was staged at Disneyland called Singin' Dancin' Hi-Ho. It featured a dance number by the witch, the scary trees, and a lot of spiders. The same number was featured in the One Man's Dream show in Tokyo Disneyland for a while as well. The most notable live show appearance the Queen has had, however, will probably always be Fantasmic. Fantasmic is a nightly show at the parks where we see into Mickey's dreams, consisting of elaborately staged montages from Disney movies. Halfway through the show, the Disney villains essentially pull a collective Freddy Krueger and invade his dream, turning it into a nightmare. Although it is ultimately Maleficent who acts as the final boss for Mickey to defeat, the one who starts the takeover in the first place is the Queen. The Disney World version even has her transform into the witch before the audience's eyes, while the Disneyland version has her in her witch form from the start. A staple of Disney villains over the years has been their henchmen. Generally, the henchies are portrayed as comic relief and competence, but this is not always the case, especially in the earlier films, since as I work on these videos. I'm not sure when the next Disney Villains installment is coming out, but it's sure to be a fun one. The Little Wooden Head has a lot of bad guys to contend with after all.
was my father's kingdom, a place of fairness. But the Queen changed everything.
Take him away!
Your Majesty,
What did you say?
the people need some kindness.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated. Magic mirror. On the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
Famed is thy beauty, Majesty. But a lovely maiden I now behold.
I look at you, and I just want to be the fairest of them all.
The queen is evil. You must flee into the woods.
My parents always said this forest was a magical place.
I was muted and I forgot to unmute. I've probably gone on several rants. But I was saying, yeah, the animals and stuff look a lot better than just straight. But they're sick because it's supposed to be a live. What was it called? A live rendition of it. Less cartoon.
Hello? Is there anybody here?
And Seven Dwarfs are way too cartoon. Alright, they're way too cartoon. If they were a little more realistic, even if they should have had real life actors, dwarf actors, or actors that they shrunk to for this part, but went full. And it was all due to one comment. One comment. And I screwed up. They were trying to avoid controversy, and all it did was get cut. But honestly, I thought they would characters better guy than in the cartoon, but I was wrong. After seeing them, I realized I was wrong.
Wait.
It's a human.
What did you think I was?
Nothing. Ghost.
You'll be safe from the Queen here.
The Queen stole everything from all of us. I'm gonna need your help. It's time to restore our kingdom.
Waiting on a wish, holding out for someday, hoping somehow, some way, there comes a miracle.
Find Snow White.
I close my eyes and see the girl I meant to be.
This is our kingdom, and now we're here to take it back.
You were saying.
Honestly, it doesn't look like a bad movie. I'm not gonna go because I'm not. There's a couple things I would change. Like one, style was awful hairstyle. But that hairstyle, you gotta admit, that did hurt. And then the costumes aren't good. They could have made it more realistic costumes. Well, and that is my point of view.
I'm sorry, my dear. Did I frighten you?
The old lady look is definitely good. Okay, Evil Witch is definitely good look for this. Go ahead and I'm gonna like and share. This is what I've been doing. Going through stuff. I hate when I come up and yeah, it was like, what the hell? See, this is what I'm doing. This person, I mean, they sent this to me because I've been sending this stuff out, and they like I can't how to say. I don't know what it is about me, but I forget like words that I'm going to stuff. But yeah, this person didn't like some of the stuff because from my personal perspective, I actually like this version better than what's going on. So we're gonna open this. I like it because it retained the story that's what I like about it.
What does the mirror show you? What do you see?
I am but a reflection.
Okay, so as I watch these, actually, I've been changing my opinion. You know, I can't my personal, but yeah.
On the wall, who is the fairest of them all?
You are my queen, but not for long. She will grow to be more beautiful than even you. There is a war coming, in which all secrets will be revealed.
You're alive.
Are you?
Her name is Snow White. It is told that she will be even fairer than you. She will be your end, my queen.
Why is she of such value?
Snow White shall kneel before me. She will beg for mercy. And then I'll tear her heart out.
And yeah, like all this. I don't even want popping up. I don't have anything or whatever. Yeah, that I've been doing. Other than person trying to hate on somebody that has a different. I just.
Watch out, people, because there are two Snow Whites in the town, and both have reportedly decided that either of them has to be exiled. Yep, the drama got far more twisted than you could have ever imagined. The Daily Wire pulled off an ultimate Chad move that no one saw coming. To run in. When the female Ben Shapiro puts a target on your back, there is nowhere to run and hide. Brett Cooper is the newest it girl at the conservative Daily Wire.
She's no longer at. Yeah, she left. Whether or not she's going to make that Snow White movie, another question too. I hope she makes it. I want to see it.
Love her or hate her, she's the Gen Z star for spilling the tea on a channel that was boring and lifeless.
That's the problem because they're boring and lifeless. I don't know what that is. Oh well. Dog in a costume. Don't care. Stuff I would read.
And this time, she has come after her fellow Snow White, Rachel Zegler, who isn't exactly winning the popularity contest in the high school that Hollywood is. Well, Brett Cooper might have won the prom queen with her latest popular video on YouTube. Let's break the tale of the two Snow Whites real quick. So, first things first, why is Rachel Zegler being dragged on the internet?
Not gonna be saved by the prince, and she's not gonna be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Well, newsflash, people, love is officially dead. Sounds a bit whack, right? This is why the newest Snow White for Disney has lost the people's favorite vote dramatically. The drama starts with a viral clip of Zegler's interview where she talks about giving a modern edge to Disney's Snow White by not introducing a male love interest in the movie. That's right, the super mega heartthrob Prince Florian won't be making any appearance in the film whatsoever. So if you were hoping to relive many fans are just happy that someone is finally standing up to Disney's tyranny over fairy tales. So are you Team Zegler or Team Cooper? Let us know in the comments below.
They got 40,000 likes. Probably cheer. Way I just. Miners. Oh, I just. Anyway. Yeah, that's easy. That's what I've been doing. We. I don't want. Hard. Let's go ahead and.
Disaster. Rachel Zegler's feud with Gal Gadot.
Maybe think of an original idea.
Did Gal.
If Disney wants to make more woke films that tank at the box office, they are more than welcome to do that, but maybe think of an original idea.
Did Gal Gadot just fire shots?
Oh, shit. Watch some more. What we've been doing.
It's at Rachel Zegler. With the Snow White boycott getting out of control, things are getting heated. So what exactly did Gal say that's got everyone buzzing? And why is Rachel at the center of all this drama? Gal Gadot slams Rachel Zegler. Yep, the drama behind the scenes has only gotten messier. Rumor has it Rachel and Gal are at each other's throats, and it's getting hard to ignore. Think of it as a Don't Worry Darling 2.0, only this time it's set in the Enchanted Forest. According to an exclusive from the Daily Mail, the headline reads, "Inside the Snow White cast drama as Rachel Zegler locks horns with Gal Gadot. Who will be crowned the fairest of them all?" Forget about poisoned apples. This feud might be the real twist we didn't see coming. And guess what? This isn't just a one-off argument. Rachel seems to have a knack for stirring up drama, even with her co-workers. So what's the tea? It all kicked off when Rachel brought up the Gaza conflict during the movie's promotional tour. Here's how it went down. Disney dropped the first teaser trailer for Snow White back in August, and while it racked up over 120 million views in 24 hours, the reception was, let's just say, mixed. Some fans were less than thrilled with the casting, pointing out that neither Rachel nor Gal resembled the original characters. Still, the buzz was undeniable. Rachel hopped on X to thank her fans for standing by her despite the criticism, but then she dropped a bombshell in a follow-up tweet writing, "Always remember Free Palestine." Well, let's just say things escalated quickly. The tweet went viral, but for all the wrong reasons. Rachel faced backlash from Jewish fans, some of whom even called for a boycott of the film. No matter where you stand on the issue, one thing's for sure. This was definitely not the best way to promote a blockbuster film. Free speech? Sure. But maybe saving the political commentary for after the press tour would have been wiser. After all, the entire cast and crew rely on the movie's success, and if the box office numbers tank, they're all in trouble. Something that seems more likely by the day. And Disney? Yeah, they're not thrilled with her. Rachel Zegler's decision to bring up such a sensitive topic during the Snow White promo seems to have been a risky move, especially given her co-star Gal Gadot's strong personal ties to Israel. Gadot's background as an Israeli citizen and her previous military service in the Israeli army add to her emotional investment in the conflict. Gadot has been vocal about her support for Israel, particularly during key moments of conflict like the 2014 Gaza war and the more recent October 2023 attacks by Hamas, where she condemned violence and advocated for peace. Rachel's Free Palestine tweet, which came right after thanking fans for their support of Snow White, was seen by many as more than just political commentary. It felt like a direct jab at Gadot, especially given their contrasting views. While Rachel has no personal ties to the conflict, her choice to voice her stance during the promo tour for a Disney movie created a lot of controversy and backlash. Gal Gadot's response to all of this has been subtle but clear. Her Instagram story, featuring a Martin Luther King Jr. quote about love and light driving out darkness, promoted peace and positivity, a huge contrast to the more charged narrative that Rachel introduced with her Free Palestine comment. Obviously, it was clear Godot was keeping things diplomatic, but the undertones were clear. But hold on, Godot then decided to take a direct jab at Rachel on Twitter. So she retweeted a tweet calling out someone for campaigning on the head of your co-star who actually lives through war. Yeah, that was a direct jab at Rachel's perceived insensitivity. This wasn't a veiled message. Godot was making it known that she was unimpressed with Rachel's tactics, accusing her of leveraging a deeply personal conflict for clout. Amidst these tensions, it wasn't a surprise at Disney's D23 event, where both stars were expected to promote the film together, the tension seemed palpable. Social media exploded with reactions to photos of the two on stage. While Godot appeared warm and enthusiastic, even putting an arm around Rachel, Zegler's discomfort was almost tangible. Her expression and body language made it seem like she was just enduring the moment rather than enjoying it. As the feud continues to unfold, fans are left wondering how Disney plans to navigate this drama leading up to the film's release. With public appearances now filled with awkwardness and the behind-the-scenes drama overshadowing the actual movie, it seems Snow White is on the verge of becoming more infamous than anticipated. Whether the film's release will be salvaged remains to be seen, but for now, the project feels like it's heading toward a PR disaster. Rachel Zegler's feud with Gal Gadot is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Disney's latest headache.
And this is the problem with. I've been this. And yeah. So I think I'm just gonna. No, I was hoping to maybe get a conversation going. Not much happened. Yeah. So we're just gonna. I'm probably gonna start up a different game in. There's a game I'm going to check it out now. That has been projects employed. I do like going into. I will myself out. Go from there. Yeah, that's what's okay. So yeah, we're